Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Wednesday, April 26, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION-NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the NFL Draft 2023 preview and predictions. The NFL Draft is finally tomorrow. So we'll go over some of the predictions. Everyone's mock draft is going to be completely wrong as soon as there's one big trade within the top 10 or top 15 picks, or if we end up getting multiple trades within the top 10 or top 15. Top of the eighth, Mariners are up 5-4 against the Phillies on the road. Lots of rain. J.P. Crawford with a grand salami. Julio with a home run right after, and we're just trying to hang on. Hope everyone is having a fantastic week. And then we'll wait for some few people to come throughout, and we'll be able to go over, not necessarily I feel like my mock, because I think that like a lot of possibilities can happen, but I can kind of give you a breakdown of what I think might happen. But also, there's going to be surprises. I mean, we don't really know what's going to happen with certain players like Lamar Jackson. Is there any chance, even though OBJ came to Baltimore to play with Lamar, is there any chance like San Francisco makes a trade for Lamar, including Trey Lance and some picks? I do think that could be possible. So, nothing is going to be set in stone. We're going to have to kind of wait and see. But I definitely have certain feelings on the draft. I feel that this draft is probably the worst draft in the last 5 years. There's going to be a lot of people reaching. There's going to be a lot of busts in this draft. I feel next year and the year after will be much better, but there will be some gems in this draft as well. But I'm not buying into the hype. Everyone's saying, oh, how great this draft is. This draft sucks. This draft is not going to be good compared to previous drafts or obviously in future drafts, in my opinion. There still are going to be some decent names, but I feel that this draft has potential to have more busts than normal. Like, every once in a while, you'll look at a first round mock and you'll go back 3-4 years later and you start to realize, the Baker Mayfields, the Sam Darnolds, you thought, oh, these guys, are pretty good in college. But when it's all said and done, after 5 or 6 quarterbacks go, right, how many are actually relevant 3, 4, 5 years down the road? And a lot of times it's going to come down to quarterbacks not getting drafted early, but it's quarterbacks that slide that go to good teams, a.k.a. Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills, who's still relevant, and then Lamar Jackson sliding down to Baltimore. The shittier the team that you are, if you grab a QB and you don't have the pieces to surround him, chances are he's not going to be able to pan out. That's just the bottom line. Not everyone is going to be a Trevor Lawrence, and even with Trevor Lawrence, it took some time. So I know Bryce Young, is getting all the hype, and CJ Stroud. We know that, these guys have potential. But even with that being said, there could be still busts out of those two. And then obviously with the other two that come after that with Levis and Richardson, I'm not buying into that. If you're going to be buying in to Richardson, like for example with Sarah and the Colts, you're banking your whole fucking franchise off a guy that's had 12 or 13 starts. Do you really think that this is the guy? Oh, just because he's athletic, that he's going to lead the team to the promised land? Get the fuck out of here. Hell no. I wouldn't pick that guy at all. Now, I know someone will, someone's going to grab, Levis or Richardson, but that's my personal opinion. Go back and look at the draft, every single year within the last 5 to 10 years, and look at how many busts are in the first round. Even if Baker goes 1, oh, Darnold. And the thing is also, if you go back and look at the tape, right? Everyone's saying, oh, how good Richardson is, how good Levis is. Now, if you go back and look at the tape of Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield, who didn't pan out, their college careers were 10 times better than what you saw out of Levis and Richardson. So it's just kind of like a need for the position, but you're not going to be able to bamboozle me and try to make me think that these guys, Levis and Richardson, are going to be the future of the NFL, because chances are they're going to be probably a backup QB within a few years. I'm not really sold on either one, and I don't think they're going to be that good, to be very honest. So we'll go over my picks and, kind of how I'm thinking things could go. But again, no one's mock draft is going to be correct, because as soon as one trade happens with the Texans at 2 or Arizona Cardinals at 3, it's going to shake up the whole draft. So maybe the Colts trade up and try to get a CJ Stroud, or maybe Houston decides not to take a quarterback, which we don't think that they will, right? They're going to take maybe the best defensive option for them or trade down. Same thing with Arizona. Arizona could take the best offensive lineman. They can take the edge, first best or second best, or they can trade down. And especially with the Texans, people forget they have the number 2 pick, right? But they also have the number 12 pick. So there's no guarantee that they have to pick a quarterback or type of player for their future early on. They may just wait and, try to, even though they have certain pieces in play now, but I don't think anyone really believes, Houston's got the guy for the future. We've seen, guys come and go, but we'll have to kind of wait and see. Megan in the building. How are you? Kraken, like I said, it's early. You got to crawl before you walk. We'll see what happens today. Mariners right now up 5-4 in the bottom of the 8th on the road. We ended up beating Philadelphia yesterday as well. Was in Seattle over the weekend. Didn't get a ball. Didn't really have one chance to get one, but we had fantastic seats, and it was a fantastic experience as well. Eddie James, one more day till Anthony Richardson is a Colt. I feel sorry for you, bro. If you're excited about that, I wouldn't be. There's athleticism there, right? But are you really going to bank the whole future because everyone on a Colts space or everyone on Colts Twitter or everyone on Colts fucking Instagram or everyone on a Colts fucking fan page is saying Richardson or Levis? I don't know, man. Like I said, if I'm a Colts fan, I'm staying away 100%. If anything, if you want to tank and then try to get a better quarterback like Caleb or Drake May the following year, those two are better than any quarterback in this draft. And the only one that you might be able to say that could come close is maybe Bryce and CJ out of these other two for next year. The two for next year, like if Caleb was in this draft, he'd go number 1 overall, hands down. I think there would be some Bryce talk with it, but that's just my personal feeling. So, if you want to bank the whole future, hopefully the Colts aren't stupid enough to do it, on a guy that's had, 12 or 13 starts? I mean, we've had guys in college that have had better resumes than these two and Levis and Richardson. But again, you guys don't have tight ends. You guys don't have wide receivers. You're hoping the O-line stays healthy. You're hoping Jonathan Taylor is the Jonathan Taylor from a couple years ago. Who the hell is Richardson going to throw to? Who the hell is Levis going to throw to? This is, ask ourselves that question. It's an honest question. You know what I mean? It's not like the Colts have this team that's fully built. You know what I mean? And if you go to a team that doesn't have tight ends and wide receivers and the quarterback already has an 80% mark on a bust factor, do you really believe that that's the future? That's all I'm saying. So if I'm a Colts fan, I'm like, no, I don't want Levis. I don't want Richardson. I would rather just try to get someone else either in a trade or a late round QB. Do what you got to do. And even if you tank for a year, but then you get the right guy in like a Drake May or Caleb Williams, or if CJ Stroud falls in your lap, good. That's what I would want. But if you're settling for Levis and Richardson and you pick them and you don't improve the wide receiving core or the tight end core, you're not going to win very many games. I mean, you're going to be in a division that's going to be heavily improved. And maybe, you'll have to look at the quarterback position the following year. But I'm not sold on either one of those quarterbacks. And I'm really weary. And I really hope the Colts don't get either one. But, if you want to fall in line with every other, Colts space, thinking that that's going to be a good pick, God bless your heart. But I really don't think it's going to be. And I would be pissed as a fan, knowing that, the Panthers traded up, to get Bryce. You could still trade up with Houston or Arizona. But Bryce, CJ for the Colts, nothing else. If it's anything else, it's a failure. I don't think it's going to work. And even if you got Bryce or CJ, who's to say it's going to work right away? You guys don't have anyone to throw to. Let's be honest. Like if you guys had Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne there, we're not having this conversation. But the wide receiving core and tight end core is not good. And that's just an honest evaluation. Once it gets good, we'll be able to change that narrative. But right now, you're going to be picking an unproven quarterback, that has limited starts on top of not having anyone for him to throw to. Do you really think that's going to go as planned? I don't think so. But again, athleticism can be one thing, but I'm just not sure if that's the guy that I would want for Indianapolis moving forward. And if you do take Levis or Richardson and it doesn't work out, it might take you back a couple years where instead of getting closer to maybe Jacksonville, right? Maybe you fall further back, and instead of being the second best team in the AFC South, maybe you're third, maybe fourth, depending on injuries. So if you're excited about it, God bless your heart, but I know I'm not. And I want the best for the Colts fans, and I don't think Richardson or Levis is it. That's facts. Sarah in the building, how are you? Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. Yeah, that's a terrible pick. Terrible. Like 12 or 13 starts. There's so many other quarterbacks that have had better college careers than this guy, and everyone's just willing to act like this is the savior. Who's he throwing to? What happens if Michael Pittman gets an injury? You guys are going to be fucked. Like I said, you can see these guys like Baker, Sam Darnold, a lot of these other guys that had better careers in college. How many people even saw Anthony Richardson even fucking play? Let's be honest. Let's be fucking honest. How many people actually watched Will Levis play? And if you're lying and saying, yeah, I watched a lot, bullshit. Unless you're a Florida fan or a Kentucky fan, you didn't watch those motherfuckers play. You might have seen some highlights on YouTube and a lot of motherfuckers trying to act like these guys are the savior. But, you have to understand this is for the future. And it just was a couple months ago where it was Bryce or CJ. Panthers traded up, and now you guys are settling. Oh, I guess it's Richardson. Oh, I guess it's Levis. I know if it's me, I don't want to settle. It's like saying I want pizza, and then you're having to go get a fucking hamburger. You have your mind set on something. You don't want second, third, fourth best. You want the best. So, for me, like I said, I would rather be bad this year. Thank God we got Baker Mayfield and we got Kyle Trask, so we can be absolute dog shit. So that way we can try to get Caleb Williams or Drake May. But this quarterback class is not good. And you will see if you guys do pick Richardson. You will see on the suck level that he'll have. There's going to be athleticism, but what about that? What about the accuracy? Who's he going to throw to? What about leadership? You know what I mean? There's a lot of things. What about football IQ? Now, if the O-line plays great, defense plays great, Jonathan Taylor plays like he did a couple years ago, it's going to help Richardson or Levis if you go that route. But I honestly feel, as I go back and look at all the first-round busts in the last 10 years, go back and look. And look at how many quarterbacks were bigger in college than Richardson or Levis. Colts fans and other fans are settling, because that's all that's left. Unless you want to go for a hooker, Hendon Hooker, but even him, there's question marks because of the injury. You know what I'm saying? Like this is something for your future moving on. So the wide receivers are not good. They're not good. I mean, I'm just being brutally honest. Pierce is not that good. Pittman is maybe a wide receiver 2 at best. And Jelani Woods is a project. You really think that, you bring in Richardson and with those guys, and that's going to lead you to the promised land? It's not, bro. It's not. Cyberpunk in the building, what to do? I honestly don't give a fuck because the team is going to be terrible, and all we need to do is, lose as many games as possible. We're trying to look for our future. There's the only reason that you bring in Baker Mayfield so that we can suck, and we can tank without saying that we're tanking. So honestly, I don't give a shit on who we get in this draft. When we go into next year, hopefully we'll end up having a top 3 pick, and then we're looking at Caleb Williams or Drake May from North Carolina. That's it. One of those two guys. But that's just me being genuinely honest. You can pick up offensive linemen. You can pick up defensive guys. Devin White's not happy. You know what I mean? All these pieces need to be filled. But honestly, I need to lose as many games as possible so that way that you can take one step backwards to go 10 steps forward. So, like I said, if you think your wide receivers and tight ends are good, that's just being biased because they're not. And that's not me being a hater. You just ask any other fan in the league what they think of the Colts wide receivers and tight ends. They're not good. They're just not that good. You know what I mean? Like if they were good and you had Marvin Harrison, Dallas Clark, Reggie Wayne, that is good. Going to great. You have nothing near the talent level of those guys right now. So if Taylor gets hurt, O-line gets banged up, defense gets hurt, you really think that Richardson or Levis is going to be able to lead you to even the divisional crown in the AFC South? It's not going to happen. That's just my personal opinion. Now, could Levis and Richardson be a little bit better or Hooker be a little bit better than we think? Of course, but it also depends on coaching and it also depends on supporting cast. To act like supporting cast doesn't matter is laughable. And also you have to be able to look at, who you have overall at the top. Who's the owner? Who's the GM? Are they going to be able to make right decisions? So think about that as well. Now, if you guys had a better wide receiving core and tight end core, I think I would be a little bit more, damn it, get him. Shit, 6'5" Phillies. Now, if you guys had a Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne type, Dallas Clark type there, and then you decided to pick Richardson or Levis, then I would feel a little bit better about it because I think you have a better supporting cast. So even if he sucks, you'll really be able to tell that it's him. And it's obviously he's trying to get to these pieces. But again, if you don't have an offensive line and the defense is shaky, I mean, just look at the Bucks last year. You got Mike Evans, you got Godwin, you got all these pieces, but if you can't get them the fucking football, it doesn't matter who you have. You're not going to have time to make the reads to get the ball down there. And the AFC South is getting better and better. So, if you guys want Richardson because everyone's talking about it, you want Levis, that'll be for you guys. But I wouldn't want those guys on my team. If I'm a Colts fan, I would be fucking irate. I would rather go and suck, and try to get someone better that actually I can build around, and like an Andrew Luck, a Peyton Manning type of player, not a project. Again, like I said, no one really believes in either one. And the only ones that I really hear believing about Richardson or Levis are the guys that are projected to maybe get him. No one else thinks they're that good. You know what I mean? You're banking on a guy that might have, 12, 13 starts, and that's going to be the savior. And he says he's going to be MVP, and he's going to be one of the Hall of Fame player. Fuck out of here. I mean, I like the confidence, but that's asinine. That's just me. So, Daniel in the building, what to do? That's your opinion. You know what I mean? But like I said, just a couple months ago before the trade, it was Bryce and CJ. And then now you guys have gotten brainwashed and actually thinking that these guys are going to be able to work for you guys. Because like I said, that's what you guys have to believe in because you don't think that you're going to get CJ. But there is a chance that CJ does slide. And if he's there, you're not going to pick Richardson, or at least I would hope that you wouldn't. Because if CJ is there, you take him. You don't take Richardson or Levis over CJ. But again, a lot of things could happen between now and then. It depends on how many losses we rack up. I'm really hoping that, we get somewhere between 3 to 5 wins, realistically 3 to 7, but again, we might have to trade up, to be able to get a top 2 pick at that point. But I think we are going to be very, very bad. Yeah, but what about your supporting cast, though? You can't act like your wide receivers and tight ends are that good. You know what I mean? Like I said, it'll be a different story if you had a Dallas Clark there, Marvin Harrison there, Reggie Wayne there, and then there's going to be a little bit more wiggle room with the quarterback. But when you're taking an unproven quarterback that most people think is going to be a bust, why would you want to take a guy like that? You know what I mean? Because everyone on Colts Twitter says he's athletic. He's got 12 or 13 starts. You really want to bank the future off 12 or 13 starts? When you pick a quarterback, you got to be able to have that confident feeling when you watch him in college. There is no doubt when you picked Andrew Luck, you knew that was the guy. When you had Peyton Manning, you knew it was the guy, right? You don't want to even second guess a player at all. And if there's any second guessing, it means it's the wrong player, period. Because if you're already having kind of doubts on, is it going to work? Is it not going to work? I mean, go back and look at the Baker Mayfields, the Sam Darnolds. You're looking through all these people, in the Marcus Mariotas, the Jameis Winstons, the Carson Wentz. A lot of these are failures, and also it depends on the team itself. If the team is shitty, right, sometimes that quarterback won't be able to take that team to the next promised land. And even with Trevor Lawrence, obviously it took a new coach to come in to be able to mold the team the right way, to bring the right people in. Now, if you didn't bring in the right people and you still had, Urban Meyer there, do you think that Trevor Lawrence would have been able to be the guy that he was last year without Dougie P and bringing in those wide receivers? Hell no. We probably would be like Trevor Lawrence might be a bust because you wouldn't be able to see him get better and better. It's just the same old dog shit team with horrible coaching. So coaching has a big factor too, but you have to have personnel. That's my personal opinion. So like I said, I think I've been breaking down drafts for the last, 25, 30 years. And like I said, this is one of the worst drafts in the last 5 to 10 years. So people are going to try to be like, no, it's going to be great. Well, you think it's going to be great. You're hoping that it's going to be great. But if you look at a lot of the names, there's a lot of question marks and doubts on a lot of the names in this particular draft. So, and even when guys look like they're really great in college, like even with Marcus Mariota from my Ducks, I knew that he wasn't going to pan out, that maybe he would have hit the ceiling and maybe the injuries would, come to follow. You got to have the body. You got to have the size. You got to have the smarts. You have to have the coaching. You have to have the weapons. Not every day guys like Justin Herbert are built that come into the league. You know what I mean? There's not like the Trevor Lawrences, that eventually with the right coaching and supporting cast, it's going to pan out. I think there's a better chance of Richardson and Levis being backups. Look at Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson was supposed to be the future, right? Right. And now he might be out of the league in a couple years. So just because everyone's saying, oh, how good this guy is. Oh, this guy's got the arm talent. But when you're on a shitty team and you get drafted early, you're at a disadvantage. When guys slide in the draft, the team is already built. Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills, Lamar Jackson, sliding down to the Ravens. Those guys panned out because they went to teams that already had people built around them. You start going in the top 5, top 6 picks, you know, unless you're just a good team that got lucky with a trade like maybe the Seattle Seahawks, you know, where you're a good team, you're a playoff team, you're not a bad team, and you're sitting at 5. So you have a chance to build on that team, but you don't necessarily need a quarterback because you got Geno right now. And you don't necessarily even need to draft a quarterback this year. You can wait till next year. You know, you don't have to get one this year. You can build around the team. That's just my personal opinion. But again, you know, I've been watching football since 1985. Eddie, how old are you? You know, how long have you been watching football? And not everyone's going to be correct. And can Richardson end up panning out and end up being a top 12 quarterback? I don't think so, but could it happen? Yes, it can. It could happen. Could Levis end up being a top 12, top 15 quarterback? Yes, he could. But would I pick them for my team? Hell no, I wouldn't. Too much of a risk. Too much of a risk, especially when there's guys on the board that could end up being Hall of Fame players, Pro Bowl players, and immediate starters. So I actually think that there is a better chance that he could be there, to be honest. You know, I mean, that's just me. I want, and then you got to understand, Eddie, you know, because Sarah's a Colts fan as well. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just trying to let you guys know, if I'm a Colts fan, how passionate I would want to be able to have my guy. You guys didn't suck all year to be like, well, I just want to be able to get, you know, the 3rd or 4th best option for my team. You're the 4th pick in the draft. It was going to be Bryce or CJ before the Panthers came up and drafted. Do you really want to settle? You can't honestly tell me that you're happy about, you know, Richardson or Levis when just a couple months ago before the Panthers traded up that you were going to get CJ or Bryce more than likely. You know what I mean? Settling. Don't settle. Don't settle, man. And I want the best for you guys. You know, and I just don't think Richardson and Levis is the best for you guys. If anything, it might, kind of retard the growth a little bit and take you guys backwards. I don't want you guys to go backwards. I want you to go forwards. I want the Colts to eventually try to compete, you know, because Tennessee and Houston have some work to do. But you can tell, like, Colts and Jacksonville are kind of there. And we'll see what the Titans end up doing. But even look at Malik. The Titans, organization supposedly has given up on him. Guy barely even played. So you get all this hype. Oh, this guy's good. Oh, he was good here. Oh, Liberty. Oh, yeah. Once we get rid of Tannehill, we're going to play him. And then you got, you know, teams giving up on Zach Wilson's and Malik's really before they got maybe a fair chance to show what they could do. Zach has got more, you know, chances to shine than Malik. But now you got Aaron Rodgers in there. You know what I'm saying? So just because you pick a guy high doesn't mean it's going to be the right fit. You know, like I said, it has to do with personality, you know, the knowledge, leadership. You know, there's a lot of factors that go involved, and there's a lot of quarterbacks that come in every year, right? But go back and look at the drafts in the last 5 to 10 years and count how many busts there are at quarterback. It's disgusting. It's disgusting on how many busts there really are. So that's just me, you know, and I really think that CJ is, you know, that would be the perfect fit for you guys besides Bryce. You know what I mean? In my opinion. But even with CJ, there is a chance that he could bust as well if you don't build around him. Keep building the line. The defense has to stay healthy with Shaq Leonard, Darius Leonard. You're going to have to be able to get better wide receivers and tight ends. And whether you want me to, you know, you want to hear it or not, your wide receivers and tight ends suck. They're not good. They haven't been good in a couple years. You guys have addressed the position and drafted more Pierce and Jelani Woods. But if you tell anyone or ask any fan, hey, would you want Jelani Woods or Alec Pierce on your team? 99% of the people that are fans are like, who the fuck is that? There's talent there, but they're not good enough to change the game. They're not Dallas Clark. They're not Marvin Harrison. They're not Reggie Wayne. And even Michael Pittman, you know, Jr. is a 2. He's not a 1. You need to be able to have better players than that to be able to have certain guys succeed. That's just my personal opinion. It's not hating. It's just truth. Because if you had Reggie Wayne and fucking Marvin Harrison, and then I compared, you know, those other 2 players, Pittman and Pierce and Jelani Woods, compared to, you know, Dallas Clark, Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, what would you say? Those guys suck. Those guys are not on the level of the guys that I have now. And that's what I'm saying. You know what good is. You know what elite is based on what you've had. And even Pittman's not a 1. He's a 2. Like if you put him in the 1, can he handle that? Yes, he can. Does he have potential to be a 1? Yes, he does. But for the Colts to get to the next level, he needs to be the 2, and you need to bring in someone like a DK Metcalf or an A.J. Brown to be the 1. And you need to do that within the first 3 years, of this new quarterback that you bring in. If you don't, then you're not going to be able to develop that quarterback. You need to be able to bring in that top 10 wide receiver to that team, whether it be by draft or by trade. And once you do that, then you're going to see the evolution of the quarterback get better. But if you don't, and you just keep reaching, trying to bring in these mid-level, guys that are wide receiver 2s or 3s, you'll see what happens. You'll see what happens. And like I said, go back and look at guys that in college, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota, they won Heismans and had way better decorated careers than Levis and Richardson. And how did they end up? Not too good. So just because, the guys played 12 or 13 games, don't bank the whole future of someone like that. That's all I'm saying. So you've been watching for a while. You know better, bro. Come on, man. You know better. And so this is kind of how I'm thinking that the draft will kind of go. 6'5" Phillies. Hold on. Damn it. We were up 2. We had a grand slam with J.P. Crawford, and then we had a home run right after that, back-to-back with Julio, and then the Phillies caught hot here right at the end. It looks like we might end up losing. Fuck. All right, Jose Caballero. And it sucks because I wanted to end up doing some of these Mariner games, but since we're on the East Coast trip, the games are usually starting really early, like at 4:40 or 3:40, and usually I'm not going to have enough time to prep at that time, so we got 2 more outs. But this is kind of what I'm thinking, and a lot can happen. A lot of things can change. Okay. 100%. If he's there at 5, you're not taking him. 100%. You're not going to deal with that. And honestly, you have a better chance of picking Carter in Seattle at 5 than you do with AR at 5. They're not going to go that route. You have so many more holes to fill. Think about it. Offensive line, defense, just overall what you need. And they're not going to do that. There's going to be plenty of other pieces that you could line up with, in my opinion, that he's not going to, you're going to go Carter before you go Richardson. That's just me. Okay. So obviously for the Carolina Panthers, as we're going here for the preview and predictions, it seems like the Carolina Panthers have their heart set, on Bryce Young. He's a gunslinger, face of the franchise. It just seems like not only what Carolina is saying, but it just feels like if it's anybody but Bryce, we would be shocked. But again, remember, we thought, Sam Darnold, USC, Sam Darnold. And what happened? Baker Mayfield. So you never know what direction that they're going to go. But if it, based on the feeling that I get, the only people that I could really see them, if the Panthers go Richardson at 1, that might be the dumbest shit ever. You know what I mean? But I would assume that the Panthers aren't going to be fucking stupid, and they will go Bryce Young at 1. Now, the real question is going to really come down to number 2. And at number 2, it's going to be probably 1 or 2 guys. It's going to either be Tyree Wilson, Texas Tech edge, who's been actually getting a little bit more pub moving forward, or the guy that might be the best defensive player in the draft overall, Will Anderson Jr. So I have a feeling that the Texans will probably take 1 or 2 of these guys, right? And then they'll pick a quarterback with the 12th pick in the draft if someone is still sitting there. So if that ends up happening, right, if the Texans decide to go here with Wilson, and then Arizona, and you got to think, someone is going to more than likely try to trade up with Houston or with Arizona. Who is that going to be? Is that going to be Indianapolis? Is that going to be the Raiders? But someone might trade up to number 2 or number 3 to try to get CJ. That's just the reality. But if we don't get any trades, then it might go something like Bryce Young to the Panthers, right? And even though Anderson might be the better player, one is, obviously more of a, kind of a defensive end, and another was maybe like a defensive end outside linebacker. but Wilson's name has been getting a little bit more pub lately. I would probably end up going with, Anderson. But if the Texans want to go Wilson and then pick a quarterback that slides at 12, so be it. Okay. And then really it's going to come down to the Cardinals. Do you want to pick the best defensive player in the draft, or do you want to let someone trade up, Raiders or Colts, pick an offensive lineman later or a defensive player later, and then that person can end up getting the quarterback that they want? But if we end up getting just picks, Young 1, Wilson could go 2, right? Anderson could go 3 to the Arizona Cardinals, and then you might end up with a blessing, Colts fans, getting the guy that you wanted all along in CJ Stroud. Now, if there ends up being a trade, then all this is fucked up. If there's a trade, then this Wilson-Anderson thing is going to get caught for a loop, because someone's going to trade up and then they're going to try to end up picking CJ at 2 or 3, and then, the person that trades down will accumulate picks and go that route. But so I'm thinking, if there's no trades, Bryce Young at 1, I think Wilson or Anderson at 2 or 3. It wouldn't surprise me if Texans go this route, right, at 2. And then the Cardinals either take the trade or they decide, hey, Will Anderson's my guy. CJ falls into your lap. And hopefully, if you're a Colt fan, you're praying that the Raiders, right, don't trade up, because that might be the team that snakes CJ from you and trades up with Arizona at 3. But if it doesn't happen, then CJ will fall into your lap. And honestly, that's what I want for you guys. I want you guys to be able to get CJ Stroud. I just think that it'll put butts in the seats. He's going to struggle just like Bryce Young, but they're better than Richardson and Levis, and you can deal with the losses. You can deal with the heartache. You can deal with the growth because it's CJ or Bryce. You already know that, that CJ looks like he might be a better overall thrower than Justin Fields, right? And obviously we know Justin Fields can, we don't know if he can throw, right? But we know he can run. But if you bring in a top 10 receiver for someone like Justin Fields within the first 3 years, then you're going to really see what that offense can do. But in my personal opinion, no trades. 1, possibly 2, and it could be either guy, right? And obviously the team that most likely will get the trade call is going to be 3 at Arizona. And that's either going to be the Colts, right? Or they're going to just hang tight and pray, that they just go, obviously with Bryce, Tyree Wilson, and Anderson. And then, magically, CJ falls into your lap. You don't have to give up a whole lot of draft capital. And think about this. Let's be honest, Colts fans, okay? You guys have been believing with all this hype, that Richardson or Levis are the guy. Let's be honest. Do you think any Colt fan, when they announce the name, is jumping up and down and excited? Be honest. There's not going to be one person. It's just like, well, this is what it is, because that's what we're left with. It's like, this is leftovers. This isn't spaghetti, from Spaghetti Factory, or not getting some pasta from Olive Garden. It's the bootleg place, down the road, and you just have to deal with it, right? But if you get CJ Stroud, what do you really think the perception is going to be? You think Colts fans are going to go fucking ballistic if CJ goes 4? Think about it. So if the fans are going to go crazy, I'm going to go crazy, right? What does that mean? What does that mean? Because if CJ drops to 4 and you pick him, the excitement level for Indianapolis Colts fans is going to be on a higher level than picking Richardson or Levis. Richardson or Levis, whatever. This is what we get. But you get CJ, you already know you're going to be slamming beers, jumping out the window. You're going to be pumping fists, high-fiving, and the Colts fan base will be excited just as if they would have picked Bryce Young. But if you pick Richardson and Levis, be honest, Colts fans, are you excited? And the answer is no, you're not. You can pretend that you are, but you're not excited. You're nervous. It feels more like a bust than a success. And if you feel that way, chances are that's what's going to happen. And it's not like you have Reggie Wayne, Marvin Harrison, and Dallas Clark to bail you out. You don't have those pieces. Offensive line was banged up. They didn't do very good last year, even with Quentin Nelson there. Defense got hurt. So I want the best for you guys, and I know it ain't fucking Richardson and it ain't fucking Levis either. So I'm thinking, if I'm looking at teams, and there are other possibilities as well, like, the 49ers trading Trey Lance and a lot of picks or another player to try to get Lamar. I know it sounds silly and crazy, but if Lamar goes to the Niners, that could be the piece that gets them over the hump, and they could end up winning a Super Bowl with Lamar with all the supporting cast there. Right. But if Lamar stays, right? They're not going to do shit. OBJ isn't good enough to get them anywhere into the playoffs. And if they do make the playoffs, they're going to get bumped in the first round. The OBJ isn't going to make a difference. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations to the Phillies. They just struck out Julio. Final score, Phillies 6, Mariners 5. Congratulations, GG, Phillies. But that's just my personal opinion there. So Carolina, Bryce Young. And then, like I said, we'll see what happens with trades and whatnot, right? And then obviously Tyree Wilson or Anderson at 2. Texans probably have a better fit with Wilson. He's been gaining some steam. He's more of an edge. Anderson's more of like an edge outside linebacker, kind of like a Von Miller in his prime. He can play anywhere. And I think Arizona would be probably the best fit. But again, if someone offers the farm, Raiders or Colts get nervous, then, CJ isn't going to fall into the Colts' lap. And if the Raiders trade at 3, then obviously who do you think they're picking? They're picking CJ Stroud. And then the Colts fans are going to have to, figure out what's going to happen. But if it's me at that point, and if CJ is gone and Bryce is gone, if I'm a Colts fan, I would rather pick someone like this. And then if we suck for a year, but you end up getting a guy that's a Hall of Famer, and then you get a quarterback next year, think about it. Would you rather go for Richardson or Levis and it takes back the franchise 5 years, and then you don't get an opportunity for a Drake May or, a Caleb Williams or someone in the future, and then you're like, fuck my life, right? Or you end up getting a guy that could be a Hall of Fame player, but you passed on him, for a Levis and Richardson, and then you're back where you are right now looking for a quarterback next year or the year after. So I know it's not probably going to happen that way because they want a quarterback, but sometimes you got to pick the best talent that's there. And having an Anderson on the Colts, yes, there's still going to be question marks at what you're going to do with quarterbacks. But even if you ended up getting a guy later like Hooker, how much better is Richardson and Levis going to be better than Hooker or someone else that they can develop? You don't really have weapons for the quarterback to throw to, tight ends and wide receivers. So you already know there's going to be a struggle there. So we'll see on how it goes. But if there's no trades, Bryce Young at 1 to the Panthers, Tyree Wilson possibly to the Texans or Anderson, right? So maybe Texans go here. Anderson at 3, unless Raiders or Colts trade up. And if that doesn't happen, then the Colts fans can be overjoyed because this is exactly what you want. And the only reason I'm so critical about this, go back and look at every fucking NFL draft in the first round last 10 years and tell me how many good quarterbacks are off that list. How many quarterbacks are still starting on that list that are actually considered semi-good? Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. But again, these guys went later in the draft to teams that already were fully built. The higher you go in the draft, the bigger chance you have to be a bust because the coach probably isn't the right coach. The GM isn't probably the right GM. You probably don't have a team that's got enough weapons surrounding this new quarterback. And then you turn into a Zach Wilson situation. And I don't want a Zach Wilson situation with all this hype. And then you're back at the drawing board again next year or the year after and saying, God damn it, Anderson now is a Hall of Fame player, and we passed on him for this idiot AR, Richardson or Levis. Because you already know that's what's going to happen. You're going to see, oh my God, Anderson's a Hall of Famer, Pro Bowler every year, and we passed on him, right? And then you end up, missing out on a talent like that. And then you get a guy that has maybe an 80% chance of busting. I mean, if you're confident picking a guy that's only had 12 or 13 starts, and that's the guy that's going to lead the team for 5 to 10 years, could it happen? Yes, it could, but there's a bigger chance of him busting than actually being the future. I think that's honest opinion, right? So hopefully the Colts, CJ Stroud, will go this particular route because I feel Bryce Young in a Panther uniform would be the perfect fit. CJ Stroud needs to be a Panther. He needs it. The fans need it. I don't want to see Richardson or Levis, but again, it all will depend on number 3 with the Cardinals. Do they take the big money? Do they take the big draft pick compensation? Because I don't really think that the Cardinals, if they pass on Anderson, right, they'll pick someone else. They fuck up in their draft all the time. Anderson would be a big name, but look at all the big players that Arizona's had. After a couple years, no one wants to be there. So if Anderson goes to the Cardinals, he'll just be like Budda Baker, J.J. Watt, DeAndre Hopkins, Larry Fitzgerald, or anyone that's been there. Eventually, they're like, fuck this. I don't want to be here, and I want to leave. So you can still, grind it out for that rookie contract for the first, 4 years. But if the Cardinals take Anderson, I guarantee there's probably a good possibility after that rookie contract is up, he won't want to be there. That's just me, okay? But I'm hoping that the Colts, they can fall into CJ Stroud because, again, And the only reason I know that this is the right pick, again, if you get Richardson or Levis, are you cheering? Are you genuinely, honestly happy? And the answer is no. But if you get CJ, you'll see the reaction out of Colts fans change. Jumping up and down, high-fiving, chest bumping, actually believing that you can win the division, if not next year, the year after, and you feel good that you got him. You don't feel good when you get Richardson or Levis, and that's plain and simple. And I'm not the only one that feels that way. I just think that you have to be honest with yourself as a fan. You know, you're sitting here at the 4th pick in the draft. Why would you be happy getting the 3rd or 4th best quarterback at number 4? You know, we have to look at your future. And I know if I'm a Colts fan, I'm going for the best possible talent. And if that's, Anderson, if he's there, whatever, and then we get a shittier quarterback, right? And then you end up getting maybe a better one, you try to be in contention for a Drake May or a Caleb Williams. I mean, the energy is going to be different in the building. So we'll see. We will see. A guy in the building. What to do? I haven't seen you in ages, bro. How are you? Raiders. Said Raiders. Need a quarterback out of the 4. It's just this quarterback draft is just not very pleasant, bro. I'm not too impressed with it. See? But do you think that they're going to go excited over Levis or Richardson? No. It's just going to be an average response. Well, I guess. I mean, you can clap and you can pretend to, pump your fist and yell, but it's fake. And you don't want to be like a fake fan base, like acting like you're really happy with Richardson or Levis coming there. That's just my opinion. Now, if you ended up getting CJ, or if that doesn't work out and then you ended up going Anderson, I know some people would be like, what are we doing? We need a quarterback. But who do you really think has a better chance of panning out and being a great player long-term? Anderson, from Bama, or Levis or Richardson? There's a better chance Levis and Richardson turn into Zach Wilson or something of that nature, rather than maybe Anderson turns into a Hall of Fame or Pro Bowl player on a yearly basis. So, see, and that's the whole thing I'm talking about, not settling. It's like settling to be with a boyfriend or girlfriend just because you're fucking lonely. You know what I mean? Just because you're lonely doesn't mean you need to be with someone that's fucking toxic. It's not good for you. You know what I mean? And I just don't think Richardson or Levis would be a good fit. That's facts. Matt in the building. How are you? Happy NFL Draft Eve. What's good? All right, yeah, I'll be here for a while, bro. I got to grind, man. Like I said, we're so behind the 8 ball with everything, and my mental health hasn't been very good. In 2023, it's been very shaky at best. I'm holding on by a string, to be very honest, and stuff. So I'm just trying to grind it out, and I'll be here for a while. Right. But the thing is, Finley, just think about this, and this is on the flip side, right? You guys, can get, CJ or Bryce, right? And you traded up for the number 1 pick. Imagine for just 1 second, right? Imagine just for 1 second, right, that you end up picking Richardson number 1 overall. What do you think the Panther fan base will do? They will lose it. They will not, but they're like, oh, second coming of Cam Newton. Well, you think so, but think about the outrage of the fan base. Some of them are going to be like, oh, it's going to be Cam Newton 2.0. Do you really think that? Did you watch Cam Newton in college compared to what Richardson has done in 12 or 13 starts? So there's a flip side to it as well. That if, you don't pick Bryce and you don't pick CJ, and then you end up going for that particular player, could it work out? It could, but chances are it probably won't. And I don't want to see anyone get embarrassed like that and pick the wrong guy, especially if Bryce or CJ turn into top 12 quarterbacks and Richardson's a backup quarterback in 4 years or less. It's just the harsh reality of the NFL. You're going to get, all these quarterbacks, 4, 5, 6 a year. There's only 32 spots, right? And there's usually only going to be wiggle room for a couple to be new each year to get a shot. But even look at Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis and all these, they're not that good. And like I told you last year, the draft really wasn't that good last year either. And, obviously if you don't have the supporting cast, but they're already talking about replacing Malik. They didn't even give him a fair shot. Pickett is garbage, in my opinion, but people wanted to think that he's like the savior. You got to have the right body size. You got to have the right attributes. And I just feel when you have a shitty quarterback class, they're just going to be reaching to reach. But in all, most people that actually watch football know that even Bryce and CJ being the best, they're still going to struggle. There's still going to be growing pains. You know what I mean? I just find it really hard to believe that, that these other two are going to be better than CJ or Bryce. Now, the big question is the Seattle Seahawks. Okay? Seattle Seahawks. This could be a possibility. I know a lot of Seahawks fans don't want to deal with the behavior issues, with him. But he is one of the top 10 talents in the draft. But if it's me and I'm drafting for Seattle, I'm not going Jalen Carter, even though that would probably be my second or third choice, depending on if he got picked or not. My number one choice for the Seattle Seahawks isn't going to be Richardson. It's not going to be Jalen Carter. It's actually going to be Christian Gonzalez, right? So that way they can recreate the Legion of Boom with Tariq Woolen. I honestly think that this would be the smart pick. He doesn't have any issues character-wise, and he has a comparison to A.J. Terrell. So you got a guy that's a top 10 corner on the Falcons. They're going to be looking at him as well. But if I'm the Seattle Seahawks, I don't trade down, right? I don't trade up. I don't draft Jalen Carter. I get Christian Gonzalez. And if I go that route to recreate the Legion of Boom one piece by one piece and pair him up with, Tariq Woolen, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. And like I said, I don't know if Pete will do that, but that's what I would do. And obviously Jalen Carter would probably be the next choice, and obviously character issues, but they need to fill that hole. So if they don't do it with Jalen Carter, yes, they can get it with another nose tackle or D tackle later on in the draft. But how much worse will they be than Jalen? Can they keep him in line? I think Pete Carroll thinks that he can, but I think the person that doesn't like Carter as much will be Schneider. And so if they're going to be butting heads where like Pete's like, I want Jalen, Schneider's like, I don't like the character issues. So, and then maybe they can come to a common ground and go Gonzalez, because that's another need for them. And I think that would impact them more. And they can still find a free agent or find a late draft pick or someone to keep filling the holes. And maybe next year they can find a D tackle higher in the draft. But that's personally what I would do. So, yeah. Yeah, and like I said, a lot of it can be smoke. I mean, you hear all these horrible mock drafts, you go through all of these picks, but all it takes is one trade or two, and then everything is out of the mix. And then all of a sudden, guides start sliding. There's going to be trades up, trades back. There's going to be people that slide dramatically in the draft. Like some people think Richardson might go number one. What happens if Richardson slides, right? And it's realistic. Richardson could slide to 11 to the Titans, right? 12 to the Texans. Hell, Richardson could slide all the way down. And I know not a lot of people are talking about it. He could slide all the way down to number 22 to Baltimore. So if they have a contingency plan, if Lamar gets traded for Trey Lance, and if they end up doing that deal and they don't really know what's going to happen, Baltimore might get Richardson at 22. So, just because, look at Aaron Rodgers and a lot of these guys, Josh Allen, Lamar, just because a guy is a name doesn't mean that they're going to get picked so high. They might slide. And like I said, you might, have a top three need: offensive line, defensive line, quarterback. But you don't know if they're going to go O-line first, D-line first, or quarterback. Sometimes you think that they're going to go O-line because that's the biggest need, but then they end up doing the third thing first, the second thing second, and the first thing third. Sometimes things get flipped around. So that's what makes the NFL draft, unpredictable, not only with the trades, but you don't know what the number one priority is. You might have three things you need to take care of, but you don't know which one will be first round, second round, or third round. So that's my opinion. Yeah, but if you get a shitty one, you're not going to win either. So if you can keep building the team, rather than going for a quarterback that's going to be dog shit or getting someone on defense that could be a Hall of Famer, you can always go for a quarterback the following year. Because does anyone really think with the Colts, if they pick Richardson or Levis, they're making the playoffs? Honestly? So if you're not going to be that good anyways, you might as well just try to be able to stack the best players, right? And then go from there. And even if that means that you suck for a year, tanking without saying that you're tanking, but then you get Caleb Williams, or you end up getting CJ at 4, or you get, Drake May, what do you think the perception will be then? If you get a Caleb Williams or Drake May, you might have a guy for 5 to 10 years, and you don't even have to worry about quarterback anymore. But with Richardson and Levis, you might be looking at quarterback the following year. Just saying. That's facts. See? You know what I mean? And like I said, if Panther fans are going to riot if they take him at 1, what does that mean? Of course, I'll be doing the draft. Absolutely. Yeah, but like I said, the hype in this draft is garbage. There's not a lot of, talent in this draft, honestly. Attributes and intangibles do matter. Attributes and intangibles do matter. Just because you're a winner doesn't mean shit, bro. Come on, Matt. You know that. You could be a winner like Trevor Lawrence, right? Where you don't lose in middle school. You don't lose in Pop Warner. You don't lose in high school. You barely lose in college. You come to the NFL as a number one pick, and he barely wins a game. So what do you mean by that? I just proved you wrong right there. You have to have the right coach. You have to have the right supporting cast. And then we finally saw Trevor Lawrence, get to his potential of being like an Andrew Luck type of player. But just because you're a winner doesn't mean you're going to be a winner on the next level. This is for the men. This isn't a boys' game. This is a man's game. Come on, Matt. Usually you have great takes, but that's a bad one. I mean, I think that, even though I'm an Oregon Duck, I do think there is a chance that it's not 100% that he pans out all the way. You know what I mean? Like with Kayvon Thibodeau, Justin Herbert, you kind of had a feeling that, these are going to pan out, right? But there still is a chance if Gonzalez gets hurt, then, it might not be a pick that panned out. But as far as talent level, you have to just look at it. Is it going to be talent level or injuries that hold someone back? And it seems like with some of the Oregon players, it's more injuries, not lack of talent. And that sometimes happens as well. That is a good question. Seattle obviously is on the up and up right now here in the Northwest, and I don't see him leaving anytime soon, but I imagine that they will get someone pretty high profile to come in. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I think he's got plenty of years left. And especially with the draft with Schneider like they had last year, normally they were terrible at drafting. They weren't good. And then last year they turned it around. Kenneth Walker III, Tariq Woolen, he ended up getting a few of the pieces on the line as well. So, you got two starters on the line, a starter at corner and at running back. It was one of the best drafts that they've had in quite some time. So. But what if you do? Think about the outrage. They're like, this guy has a build like Cam Newton, but that doesn't mean he's going to be Cam Newton. You know what I mean? So we'll see. We will see. I am the ultimate fan because I love the Mariners. And I have a lot of them. Well, unless you guys trade up and get them. It really just depends on what the other two teams do in front of them. And it is a possibility that they do take Wilson and Anderson at 2 and 3. But someone may decide that, CJ is too good to pass up and they need to grab him. Or you can just think, well, wait till next year. Because next year's quarterbacks are better than this year's. Caleb and Drake May are better than CJ or Bryce, in my opinion. So. And plus also, if you end up going, for a guy like Richardson, you're going to need talent to be set in place already. Same thing for Levis. You have to have the supporting cast built already. So if you're already going to be drafting a guy and you have a lot of holes in the offense already, you can't expect him to be able to make all those running plays that he did in college and get the ball downfield to those wide receivers if the wide receivers really aren't that good. Tight ends aren't that good. Offensive line shaky, running game a little shaky, defense shaky, coaching shaky. You're asking too much. So, all right, I got the Kraken game on since the Mariners ended up losing to the Phillies. But we'll see what happens. Like I said, trades could happen. But if I'm Seattle, if we end up getting no trades within the first 4 picks, and like I said, sometimes we anticipate 1 or 2 trades in the first round, and sometimes we get, more than 1. Sometimes we get 2, and sometimes we know we're getting to get a trade, and then it doesn't happen. And sometimes they just change their mind. They don't want to give up too much, But if no trades happen, Bryce Young should be at 1. I could see Tyree Wilson getting picked 2nd or Anderson, and I could see these two teams trading back as well and accumulating picks, the Texans and the Cardinals. And then obviously if that ends up happening, you're not going to get CJ. Someone's going to grab him at 2 or 3. But if they stay pat with Wilson at 2 to Houston, Anderson 3 to Arizona, if that happens, then the Colts fans can rejoice and they won't have to give up anything, and CJ will drop in their lap. And that's really what's going to make the fan base the most happy. And I probably will be the happiest for them as well. And then obviously for Seattle, they're going to be looking at Jalen Carter and, Christian Gonzalez. But if I'm Seattle, I try to recreate the Legion of Boom with Tariq Woolen, and I go this route. So that way I don't have to worry about any attitude issues. The only thing you're worrying about is his health and just making sure he stays healthy, and which I think he can. And I think that, Jalen Carter still could be a good player. And if he gets passed up at 5, he won't get passed up at 6. Detroit should be able to lock him up if Seahawks go Gonzalez, which I hope they do. But obviously, if Jalen Carter goes, then the Lions will have a decision on what they want to do after that. But definitely, Christian Gonzalez could be a top 10 pick. And I think Seattle is probably the best fit for him based on what I see. So if CJ drops to 3, someone's going to trade their future to get there. And it might be you guys. But again, if you guys end up, trying to get CJ Stroud, right? Offensive line is garbage. Defense is garbage for the Raiders. And that's just, not being a hater. That's just the truth. You got guys, that you can throw to, Devontae and all these other pieces that you can throw to, right? But if you don't have time, Carr wasn't the problem. Anyone that thinks that Carr was the problem, it wasn't Carr. It was coaching, the offensive line, and the defense. So I think Carr actually will do halfway decent with the Saints. But a lot of times the coach or the quarterback is going to get the blame, right? So I never really thought Carr was a problem. I always thought Carr was a, top 10, top 12 quarterback. Did he make mistakes? Did he fuck up? Of course. So did Kirk Cousins and Tannehill and some of these other guys that are typically ranked 10 to 14. But the reason why they're ranked 10 to 14, because they're just not consistent like the guys that are normally in the top 10. That's just my opinion. So. Yeah, but I don't think the Titans are going to trade up. You know what I'm saying? The Titans already gave up on Malik. You know what I mean? So I don't think the Titans are going to trade up. They're going to just sit there and stay pat. And, with them, they'd probably end up going offensive line because that's a desperate need for the Titans. And if they want to reach, and try to get a quarterback, I mean, they can do that. But, they're at 11. I don't know if you really want to, try to sell the whole farm. And even look at the Niners. They were so confident that Trey Lance was the guy. And then now he might be used as trade bait to get Lamar. And they might go with Brock Purdy. So it's like, you could be like, this is the guy, this is the guy, this is the guy, and even though we thought Justin Fields could be better, but it also showed you Justin Fields couldn't really throw. He's more of a runner. But if you bring in a top 10 wide receiver with Justin Fields, then we can finally decide, not Allen Robinson when he was there or Darnell Mooney, but if you can actually, get a top 10 guy, is it DJ Moore? Is he top 10, top 20? We'll see, but they still need more, like a DK or an AJ Brown. And if you get a guy like that and pair it up with Fields, then we can properly evaluate, is Justin Fields, a top 12 quarterback, or is he more top 20? You know what I mean? Can he actually throw the ball, or is he limited to being more of a gimmick guy and he's more of a runner rather than a thrower? And eventually those guys fizzle out because they'll get hurt and defenses know the tendencies. And it's like gimmick guys can only last so long. Now, could Fields last longer than some of the other Colin Kaepernick's RG3s? Of course. He's a fantasy football dream where he could maybe throw for 1, run for 2. He's got that ability. But I'm not really sure if that's going to, help Chicago ever get to an NFC championship game unless they get a DK, an AJ Brown type of receiver, and they keep building the O-line and the defense. And like I said, the reason I'm so critical, on these quarterbacks and some of these players is that I go back and I look at the drafts from like the last 10 years, and a lot of big names don't pan out. A lot of guys that win Heismans don't pan out. A lot of guys that had better college careers than the guys that are coming out in this draft. So it makes me really nervous, in this draft on what, might possibly happen. But again, everything can change with one trade, and also it could be a surprise team. Like, what if it's not the Colts? What if it's not the Raiders? What if it's not the Titans? What if it's some other weird team that we have no idea that's going to be trading up to try to get that particular quarterback? You know what I'm saying? Like Levis could, fall all the way down to 12 to Houston. So imagine if Houston ends up going, well, we do want a quarterback, right? But we want to take the best possible player. And then we're banking that maybe Levis, will slide, or Richardson. And then they might be able to get a Wilson Anderson and a Levis and Richardson. Why would you just go for one when you can end up doing a 2-for-1. And I guarantee some of these teams like Houston are going to be thinking 2-for-1. Like, they have a guy that maybe they, Levis, Richardson, but they don't want to take him, or maybe a CJ, right? But they don't want to take him at that position. They want to be able to get 2 starters instead of one guy that may or may not pan out, or maybe one guy that's definitely panning out, Wilson or Anderson, and then getting the project guy like maybe a Levis at 12 or Richardson at 12. So, like I said, we don't really know, how the format is going to happen, and 1 or 2 trades can really, mess up everyone's mock. So, that's kind of how I'm feeling. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. And like I said, that's the dream scenario. So like I said, for all the people that have the Twitter spaces and the Instagram posts and the Colts fan pages, and everyone's like Richardson, Levis, and they're trying to like get everyone like, rowdy and like excited. But deep down, if you don't feel that excitement, then it's forced. And it's like, you're trying to force this on me. But deep down in every Colts heart, of a fan, remember what it felt like when you had Peyton Manning. Remember what it felt like when you got Andrew Luck. If you don't have those kind of butterflies and you have no doubt that's the guy, right? Then it's the guy. But if there's any doubts or multiple doubts, it's not the guy. Could it still work out? Yeah, but it's a big risk. And if you pick Richardson or Levis and he ends up being a Zach Wilson or worse, then you're going to be right back a year or 2 later looking for someone else, and then you might have passed up on Anderson. Anderson might turn into one of the best defensive players, in this particular draft overall. He might end up being a Hall of Famer, and then you're going to be looking back like, fuck, we just passed on a Hall of Fame fucking defensive player that could have played with Darius Shaq Leonard and all the rest of the squad that you guys got, Eric Armstead and all those pieces. You could have had that solid piece, but you decided to reach and get a quarterback that no one really believed in, and then you're right back a year or 2 later trying to get a quarterback. So I hope for your guys' sake, CJ falls into your lap. But again, it depends on what happens at 2 and 3, who trades up, and if they're looking for a quarterback at that point, which they probably will, and who's going to be the team. I don't think the Colts will trade up. I don't think the owner is like that, but I think Raiders or someone else would be willing to. But I don't think the Colts are willing to give up the draft capital or to make the trade. So that's why I think the Colts fans are nervous, because they know their owner, they know their team, and they know that they're not going to pull the trigger. So you just have to pray it goes Young, Wilson, Anderson, and then it just magically falls into your lap. You know what I mean? But can you honestly say that you think that's going to happen? I mean, we hope so. But again, CJ is very highly touted, regardless if the written test is correct or not, 18%. Does that mean he's a fucking idiot and he's a dumbass? I hope not. But what I do know is that, he knows how to play football. Hopefully he's not as dumb as that 18% is, because if he is as dumb as that 18% is, and that's true, he's not going to be a very good quarterback in the NFL. He'll be okay, but, you got to be able to have the smarts, to be able to read the playbook and go into that. And I don't know if that's a true stat, a fake stat, obviously smoke. So people don't pick him. Maybe they release that so that teams stay away. And the Colts are like, I'm going to release this information that he's an idiot. So maybe that these other guys won't trade up and he'll fall into our lap and we don't care. You know what I mean? But if there's no trades, again, Bryce Young to the Panthers, a possibility of Tyree Wilson or Will Anderson going to the Texans. But let's just say hypothetically, Wilson goes 2, no trade. Anderson goes 3 to the Cardinals, no trade. CJ Stroud, obviously going to the Colts at 4. And then it's going to come down to Jalen Carter or Christian Gonzalez. If it's me, I'm going Gonzalez. I'm trying to recreate the Legion of Boom with Tariq Woolen. Then at 6, Detroit's like, thank you very much. I will take Jalen Carter. And they probably have the right coach, there, biting kneecaps to actually make it work. Jalen Carter in Seattle, a little shaky. Jalen Carter on Detroit, maybe fits his personality a little bit more. Maybe a baby Ndamukong Suh, a little dirty, a little edgy. Maybe takes plays off a little bit. But maybe if he can be mentored by a guy that actually is going to be doing the drills with the team, maybe Jalen will be like, you know what? I'm going to work hard because this coach gets me. And that might be a better fit rather than, Pete Carroll, John Schneider, and what they got going on. They have, discipline in these certain guys lined up. And to me, Christian Gonzalez just makes more sense. But they do need to fill the D-tackle spot in Seattle. But if they go that route, that's kind of what I feel. And then if the Raiders stay pat, they might go for Devin Witherspoon. But if they end up going for Witherspoon, he's from Illinois. Nobody knows who the fuck he is. He's ultra versatile, but the Raiders, it seems like they always fuck up in the draft, and they always pick these guys that no one else would pick, or they pick someone a lot higher than they should, like Alex Leatherwood. So I'm not sold on this Witherspoon pick. So if I'm a Raider fan, I'm trading up if I can. And if I'm staying pat, I don't know if I feel confident with this Witherspoon pick. And think about that. Look at the draft. Bryce Young, we know him. Not a lot of people know Tyree Wilson. Anderson, most people know him. CJ, we know him. Christian Gonzalez, Jalen Carter. How many picks is that? 6? And then after 6 picks, right? And we're talking about the rest of the first round. There's a few others, but there's a lot of question marks. That's not a good look when after you get past the 6th pick and you're like, I don't know about the rest of this draft. There's names, you know what I mean? But it's not like a for sure thing like, Raiders pick this guy and he's going to 100% pan out. There is a chance that he busts. But if they decide to stay pat, this could be a player that they pick. And then as we go to the Atlanta Falcons, they have a little bit more leverage. And for the Atlanta Falcons, obviously Sarah is very familiar with Lucas Van Ness, right? It's either going to be him, more than likely, or maybe a Miles Murphy. To me, those would be the two, picks that would make the most sense for Atlanta, to be able to get that player, or Philadelphia, depending on where they want to go. And I know everyone's talking Bajan. They want to get the running back in Philadelphia, but Philadelphia also needs edge presence. So I feel that, if Atlanta goes Lucas Van Ness, then obviously at 10, the Eagles could go Miles Murphy. And then in between at 9, they need offensive line. And Peter Skoronski, it's the best offensive lineman in the draft. And protecting Justin Fields is a priority. So this will probably be the first, offensive tackle, taking off the board, the first offensive lineman taken off the board. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Raiders with Devin Witherspoon, but I don't like this pick. I don't really like, if this ends up being the pick, it's just another Raider pick that we don't know if it's going to pan out. I do like Lucas Van Ness. I think that whatever team he goes to, I think he'll be pretty solid. Same thing goes for Miles Murphy from Clemson. Whether the Falcons or Eagles grab either one of these guys, I feel confident there. And I think that Peter will pan out for the Bears, or if they pass on him. But that's kind of what I'm thinking in the draft if there's no trades. But if there's trades, then everything goes out the window. So yeah, but why was that? Because the coaching sucked, the offensive line is terrible, and then the defense is terrible. So you can't just be like, oh, it's Carr. You know what I mean? Josh Jacobs had a record-breaking season with a garbage O-line. When your O-line is good, I'll tell you, and you'll know it. But to act like the O-line and the defense, two of the biggest things that make a team successful in football, they're more important than running backs and wide receivers and tight ends. Offensive line, D-line, defense, coaching. And you had a lot of question marks on a lot of those things that are important. And I honestly think that, if you think Carr is terrible or he didn't work out for you, watch when he goes to a team that actually has an O-line, that actually has a defense, that actually has players, right? Even though you guys had the running back, wide receivers, and tight ends, Waller and Jacobs and Devontae, Renfro, even though he was hurt. But if you don't have time to get the ball to those guys, you're not going to be able to see the magic that's going to happen. The O-line gives you time. The O-line opens up the holes. The O-line's not there. It doesn't matter what big names that you have. You're not getting them the football. Look at Tom Brady, even though he was old. You got Mike Evans and Godwin, but he couldn't get him the ball. You know what I mean? So you can have all these superstar players, but it shows you it's better to have an O-line, D-line, defense, and coach rather than have superstar wide receivers and running backs and tight ends with no offensive line to protect. That's just my personal opinion. So. And I know you're frustrated probably with Carr, but I don't think he's going to do that bad. The Saints are going to win the division in the NFC South for the next couple of years with Carr at the helm. Well, that's what people think. But again, we need to be able to see a quarterback that's good throwing to him to see if he can be like an AJ or a DK. And so far, they don't throw the football. The Titans don't throw the football at all. So it's like that's another situation there. If you bring in a quarterback, who's he throwing to? They hand the ball off to Henry like 40 times a game. And if you look at the wide receiving core, if you're a Colt fan, at least be happy that you don't have a wide receiving core like the Titans, because that might be the worst in football. It's not good at all. I mean, there's no one to throw to. No one can make plays. And every once in a while, there will be guys that will magically make plays. But if you actually look at the names that they have after they got rid of A.J. Brown, it's not good. You know what I mean? And that's just being honest. It's not being a hater. It's just being honest. So Tannehill's garbage though too. He's already too old. You know what I mean? You need someone to throw to. I mean, go look at the starters for the Titans. It's disgusting. I mean, they were the team that threw the least out of any team. So again, if the Titans decided to go for Richardson or Levis in the draft, who the hell is he throwing to? You know what I mean? So you got to look at all aspects, not just the player, but what is he going into? Who's the coach? Who's the GM? Who's the OC? Where's the lineman? Who's the wide receivers? You can't just be like, well, Richardson's coming in and he's going to take over the league. It's not going to matter who the wide receivers are. And we'll see what happens with that if that ends up happening. Tyree in the building, what to do? Island in the building, what to do? Yeah, you guys have had bad luck on corners and defensive players. You know, it hasn't been too pretty for you guys. But, you know, I know that they're going to be looking at that player, and I know he's going to be one of the pieces on the board. Now, would the Raiders prefer Gonzalez over Witherspoon? Yes, because they know Gonzalez will pan out. You know what I mean? But if Gonzalez is gone to Seattle or Detroit, you know, after that, then you're not going to be able to get him, and then you're going to have to settle for the second best corner unless you go for a different position or you trade up. But I'm not sure if the Raiders are going to trade up. You know, we'll see. We will see. See, I don't think you need Jalen Carter at this point because you already had a big boy from Georgia that barely got any playing time last year, right? And, you know, you had the Fletcher Cox, you know, replacement last year, didn't get a lot of time. You know, you ended up getting 2 Georgia players. So I think for the Eagles, you know, what would make sense for Philadelphia, in my eyes, you know, obviously would be like these pieces here, like a Lucas Van Ness or a Miles Murphy. That would make sense, you know, for Philadelphia. Athletic pass rusher. Talented rotational guy. You know, he can wear people down. And both guys are high energy. You know what I mean? Both guys could, you know, be those guys that could pan out. And then obviously at some point, you know, Bajan, you know, the number 1 running back is going to be selected. But I don't think necessarily Philadelphia, after going to the Super Bowl, even though they got, you know, rid of Miles Sanders, I'm not sure if they would be gutsy enough to go Bajan, you know, at the 10th pick of the draft. It could happen, you know, and obviously there's certain teams that need, you know, that star running back, you know, starting off. You know, it could end up being Philadelphia. It could end up being New England. It could be a number of teams that try to, you know, pick that particular player to be kind of that guy. Buffalo Bills need a fucking running back, but of course they're not going to be able to get a player of Bajan status. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see on how it goes. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if Levis and Richardson slide in the draft. You know, with all this hype, you know, people saying, oh, we're going to pick this guy, we're going to pick this guy. Don't be surprised if those guys slide a little bit further down than you think. But I would, and the thing is with character issues, Philadelphia isn't going to pick a guy with character issues. I just don't, you know, even though that, you know, they have picked Georgia players, I'm just not sure if they would be willing to do that. And I think Jalen, you know, would probably go 5, 6, or 7. And I don't think that you guys would be smart enough, or I don't think it would be smart to, you know, trade up to get a player like that, honestly. So. Yeah, we missed you, Tyree. I don't know. I hope so. It's like pulling teeth nowadays. But I guess everyone assumes that I can just, you know, live on nothing. Nope, nothing. But I'm used to it, you know. It's been like that in 2023. And that's probably why I'll have to go get a second or third job, you know. You want support. You hope you get the support. And sometimes you get it, and sometimes you don't, which is unfortunate. You know what I mean? I'm hanging on by a thread, you know, but it seems like a lot of people they just don't care. So, which is unfortunate, you know, since I've been putting my blood, sweat, and tears, you know, into this channel, 11 years, you know, 7 years it took me to go full time, and we've been full time for about a year and 4 months. But I mean, we're getting to the point where, I mean, I'm going to get evicted. I can't pay bills because I'm not getting enough support. You know what I mean? And it's not like I, you know, need money to go buy Jordans or to go buy jerseys. Like, I need to be able to eat. I need to be able to, you know, just live. And, you know, it doesn't really take too much to do that. But apparently when I do baseball streams or any stream of any kind, you know, if it isn't for people like Cyberpunk saving the day, it gets difficult. So hopefully that'll turn around, you know. But it is honestly sad. It makes me never want to record, to be honest. It makes me want to give up on the channel. You know what I mean? I really feel underappreciated, undervalued. There's a lot of other channels that get a lot more pub. You know what I mean? But I honestly feel like, obviously I sacrificed a Jordan rookie for 20, 30,000, to do this, for my dream. But it seems like it's, much harder for me than anyone else, based on, doing sports on YouTube. It's like they blacklisted me, and it makes it a lot harder to be able to grow. But, in times of need, you need support, but I'm being honest, it does get to a point where I don't, want to do this anymore. Like I said, imagine you being me and you're putting in your blood, sweat, and tears on every single stream and you're grinding it out and you're not getting support at all. I mean, how would that make you feel? And especially, sacrificing a $20,000, $30,000 card that's probably going to be worth $100,000, and it's not like we need to be rich and we need to be at like $500 on a stream every stream, but, to be able to at least get a little support rather than little to none support, And obviously we've had some situations happen with some of the heavy hitters, and I understand that, but it does give an opportunity for others to step up. But it just seems like a lot of people just don't care, and that's just me being honest and real, Like I said, for my mental health, it hasn't been good because the donos haven't been good, the subs haven't been good, the views haven't been good. I figured out how to do the thumbs, doesn't matter, it's frustrating, And like I said, my mental health hasn't been good because of all of it, and I'm hanging on by a thread. Mentally, physically, financially, things have not been good in my life. And I try to be able to grind it out, you know what I mean? But I mean, if I'm not going to get the support, what's the point? I try to be able to show you guys. And I think, a lot of people don't understand that I could be on a network. I could be on a podcast. I could be on TV. I could, the amount of research and talent that I have, and for the people that we have in this room, we're just slept on, just because, we're not popular. It's not the popular thing to, be here, at least not yet. You know what I mean? But that's the time where you need the people the most to be able to help you like a video, share a video, whether it be on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, But if you think about it, I mean, think about, like, ask yourself, have you done that for me? Have you done that, for a channel that you like? And for a lot of people, it's like a lot of people like to be able to watch. You know what I mean? But the bottom line is I can't do this without support, whether it's, by shares, likes, comments, and I just feel that, a lot of people, they just don't care, which is sad, because I put everything into the channel and I think we have an awesome group, you know what I mean? But I mean, I don't know how many people would feel, putting their blood, sweat, and tears for 2, 3, 4 hours a stream and to be sitting at nothing or at $1 or $5, you know what I mean? It doesn't make me want to continue to do the channel, to be honest. And if I'm not going to be valued, there's other things that I can pursue and do if I'm not going to be appreciated. And I hate to say that, but again, I've always, been truthful with you guys, and I've always been honest. And I just feel that that's how it is. I appreciate that, but I feel a lot of people, they don't, And I wish it wasn't like that, but, the amount of support that we had in 2022 was fantastic, but when it gets to a point where if I'm streaming every day, and I still can't even make enough to pay rent, you know what I mean? Like bills, eat, after a while, you know what I mean? Like you think about, like, as far as your attitude is going to go, to be able to come into the room with a smile on your face every day and feel good when, nothing is guaranteed, And even if the donos were down, but people actually just showed up, shared and did their part, maybe we would be at a better spot. You know what I mean? But again, like I said, it's a lot of people that, they're like, oh, I want him to do good, but not better than me. That's kind of the mentality that we have on social media nowadays, unless you are really a true supporter, of something, but that's just kind of how things are, which is unfortunate. So. All right, let me take a look. Because the only reason I say a lot of those things too is that honestly, I really feel that if we had more of a, popular channel, you'd get people subbing just to sub, just because, even if they don't know what the channel's about, there's a lot of followers on social media, not leaders. There's a lot of people that just follow. You know what I mean? They just see where the crowd is going and then they go where that's at, whether they even like the channel or they even think it's good. They just go there because there's people in the room or their sub count, which is kind of sad. And regardless if they think the channel is good or they like the person, but if the person's got a lot of people in the room or they're at a certain number, then you get these people that are followers that just sub just to sub because they want to be a follower like everyone else, which is, you know, kind of unfortunate as well. Of course, Ballard likes CJ. You already have to think out of the big board. You know, they have CJ and Bryce at the very top of the board and everyone else is below. You know, so if they think that Bryce is going to go one, of course, you know, they're praying, you know, that the other two teams ahead of them just pick. So that way it falls into their lap. But unfortunately, I just don't know, you know, if someone trades up at 2 or 3, they're grabbing CJ 100%. So, and I just don't like the direction of the team if it's going to be Richardson or Levis. You know, at that point, honestly, if you ended up grabbing Richardson or Levis, the best case scenario for the Colts is that you suck with him and end up getting another top 5 pick and then trying to get Caleb or Drake May. That would be the best thing for you guys, honestly. You know, because, you know, if you want to roll with those other two, that's, you know, that's fine. But I don't know if it's going to happen. Right. O-line and D-line. Yeah. And that's why, like, when I looked at the Eagles on what they did, you know, or what they might do, obviously Myles Murphy might be the, you know, the piece that's an underrated piece that could go higher, you know, but obviously both pieces here. This one is more of a Falcon fit. I think this one is a Falcon fit and an Eagle fit, but it just really depends on where you want to go. But I think this, to me, Myles Murphy might be the most natural fit for Philadelphia. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. You know, like a lot of us, you know, but I think a lot of people don't realize, you know, they're like, oh, you should be happy. You know, you got this YouTube channel and this and that, you know what I mean? But unless you're here on a daily basis, I mean, you don't understand unless you're actually here all the time, you know? And like I said, if I was willing to sacrifice a Michael Jordan PSA 9 rookie card for 20 to 30 grand, and I've already had to fucking, you know, battle through so many things, and I'm still nowhere near where I think I deserve to be, you know, it's like at the very least, you just want to be able to have support. But again, it's, you know, getting the mods to show up, you know, getting people to show up instead of people not showing up and people supporting, you know. I want to be able to continue to do my dream because this is my dream. You know, I didn't, you know, do all this hard work for fucking nothing, but it definitely, you know, it does get depressing, you know, and it definitely gets to me, you know, that's just, it is what it is. Kraken 0, Colorado 0. But those were kind of the picks that I had in the top 10. And then I can keep going, obviously, through like the rest of the draft. But like with the Titans, you know, they might be looking at a quarterback. Maybe they've given up on Malik. Maybe they trade up, which is a possibility as well. But getting like Paris Johnson Jr., you know, Ohio State offensive tackle, that would probably be the smartest pick because they need to be able to fortify that line. And then obviously at 12, you know, if Richardson and Levis are still there, then at that point, you know, the Texans can grab one of those players, whether it be Levis or Richardson. So I know some people think Levis and Richardson are both going to be in the top 10. I think there's a good possibility that both of them could be outside of the top 10. You know, there's all this hype and everything, but when it comes down to it, do you really want to sacrifice your future on guys that are unproven, that may or may not pan out, that have higher bust percentages than most quarterbacks in the draft in the last 5 years? I mean, Richardson's bust percentage is like 80%. Levis's is probably like 65, 70. I don't know if I would feel really confident on picking a guy that's got an 80% bust factor. You know what I mean? Like even CJ and Bryce will have a bust factor, but it's not going to be that high. But it also depends on supporting cast and whatnot as well. And then we got Packers, New England, the Jets, Washington, Steelers, Detroit, Tampa, which I really don't care who we pick because, of course, we're trying to suck. And then Seattle with another pick at 20, Chargers at 21, Ravens 22. That could be someone where it slides down a little bit. And if they want to end up having a backup plan for Lamar, maybe they go with Richardson. Then Vikings, Jaguars, Giants, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Saints, Eagles again, and then Chiefs obviously at 31. So, yeah, we'll see on how it goes. But again, all it's going to take is one, particular trade, and everything is going to go out the window. So. Nice. Yeah, it sucks that, the team is so bad this year after being so good, and then bringing Jordan Walker, and having him go down to AAA. I actually watched a video of an old grandpa that had like a Santa Claus beard that caught Jordan Walker's first home run and then gave it back to him. Didn't try to, say, I need this autograph and this autograph and this autograph. You need to give me a bat and a ball. He just gave him the ball. And then, he's a fisherman, and he said him and one of the other teammates will go fishing with him and whatnot. And he's like, I'll get your worms. He's going to have to get his own. And it was pretty cool, to be able to see. He got a picture with them, and, it was a guy sitting in the front row in the outfield that got the ball. But now you got a guy that actually was one of the bright spots for the team for the Cardinals now that's going to be going down to AAA. I imagine he'll be back sooner than later, But even if you were going to try to bring a pitcher up, why would you bring Jordan Walker down when he's been one of the bright spots of the team? Gorman has been a bright spot, and the team has been bad. I know that. I went to Seattle, and I saw 2 out of 3 games. And obviously, we won the game with Louise, and we lost the game with Flexen, which I knew we would, and then won the game on Friday that I did. But, yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Well, also, like I said, it's about the organization, about being able to evaluate players. And some teams know how to evaluate players, and other teams, they don't, And like I said, if you get guys with character issues, or, you're picking the wrong guys. I mean, I really do feel sorry for you, A-Guy, because with all the coaches you've had and all the personnel people, you guys have missed on so many picks, like year in, year out, year in, year out. At some point, it's got to work out for you guys. And hopefully with the new regime, I hope it works out for you guys. Yeah, I'm not too worried about Robbie Ray because he only really played in 1 game, and that gives an opportunity for Marco to step up. Flexen's still going to be terrible, but we pretty much played all season without him, so it doesn't really hurt us that much. And honestly, Robbie isn't really that great anyways, so I don't know. For me, he won the Cy Young with Toronto. We got him. He wasn't really that good for us last year. We overpaid, and it didn't really work out, and sometimes that happens, but that's not going to be a detrimental thing that's going to hold Seattle from making the playoffs. If Robbie's out for the year, it's okay. It's like he only played like in 1 game, a couple innings, and then got hurt, and we haven't seen him since, and now he's going to have surgery. So since Marco has played good, Flexen's really our only shitty pitcher, but it's not going to hurt us as bad as people think. Now, hopefully we can end up getting, our start or a closer back, Munoz. We can go that route, but unfortunate news with Robbie going down, but honestly, if it's between him being healthy and losing a bunch or him being out for the year, I'd rather have him just be out for the year, and then we can have Marco take those starts, and Marco actually has been pretty good, so. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I don't know where they're going to be able to get the money from, though. With that. And plus, with the A's, it's like they're not willing to spend any money, they're in Oakland. And then now with no one putting any effort, right? No one giving a fuck. The fans not even really wanting to show up. It's like you have a capacity of 30, 40, 50,000 and you average like 10,000 a game, which is the worst. And then now you get rewarded with a bunch of rich people probably buying in. And then, rich drunks, we'll go watch the A's in Vegas. Even if they're a bad team, they're going to go. They're going to watch baseball there. And obviously the people in Oakland, are not going to. So. Thank you, Cyberpunk. Appreciate you. Thank you, Cyber. You can stay in the room, brother. You got plenty of information. Give us a breakdown on the wide receivers. You're a wide receiver guy, right? You got plenty to say. This is the NFL draft. It's all you've been talking about for the last like 3 months, bro, even when I've been doing baseball. So if you want to go, you can go. But if you want to give us a breakdown of your top 5 receivers or who you think the best receivers in the first round or where they might, maybe they'll go or who you think is the best, that's something that you could, do for us. But if you want to go, you can go. It's totally up to you. Well, at least somebody appreciates your boy. Cyberpunk with a $50 dono. If I wouldn't have Cyberpunk, then this is not even fucking possible. So I appreciate you, and he donated that like an hour ago, but I didn't even notice until now. Appreciate you, Cyber. Thank you so much. Bang, 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 boom, 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 bang, bang. Appreciate you. I mean, if we could only have a few more Cyberpunks, then I would probably be okay. It's like the only goat that donates big anymore or even shows up anymore. Thank you, Cyber. Appreciate you. 50 to go. I mean, hell, if we didn't have Cyberpunk, I'd be averaging probably like $20 or less on every stream. And at that point, I probably would just not stream anymore, to be honest. Like I said, if it's like my first year of like recording, that's one thing, but when you've been doing this for fucking 11 years and this is your 7th year, you just would think that things would be better than that. But, like I figured we'd have more people showing up for the draft, talk as well. But, it just shows you, man, 2022 was one thing. 2023 is a whole nother question. So, it's sad, man, because all I want to do is be able to, talk sports, help out, people with mental health, mine, and obviously your guys' mental health as well. And, sometimes it's just as little as, supporting, retweeting, liking, and just doing the little things, and unfortunately it's like the same 2 or 3 people, and that's it. But I guess it is what it is. So Cyberpunk, I appreciate you, brother. What do you want to see for photos? You got anything in mind? You got anybody on the draft board that you're looking at? I appreciate you, man. Like I said, I'm hanging on by a thread, mentally, physically, financially. My mental health is not good. I've been in a very, very dark place in 2023, like really dark. And sometimes it takes me, even a few days to even get back on here because that's how bad it is. And obviously I want to be able to live. I want to be able to be happy. I want to be able to do my dream and, do everything that I want to do to be able to give back and have a good community, but it's been really hard, in 2023, but at least we have someone like Cyberpunk that, it sets the standard and sets the example, and hopefully people can follow in suit. I appreciate you. Yeah, but if I do that, then I got to start everything over, over there. And how many people are going to actually watch me on Twitch over there? There's not a lot of people that do like live play-by-play and reactions, I think, on there. It's more like video games and whatnot. So, I mean, Twitch is a niche, really for gamers and, cosplay people that want to dress up and show off, their bodies and whatnot and do that type of shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people that just want fame, and they just want to be famous and rich, and they're not really talented. But I feel that, we have the talent here, but it's being unrecognized, until we end up partnering up with a bigger, company or another person. You know what I mean? Or just to be able to get the awareness that, we are a lot better than, a lot of these other channels that are out there. And just because we don't have the big numbers, that's what makes certain people, not show up because, it's not a popular thing to sub here yet, and, I want people that are going to be here long-term as well. But, we're not about gimmicks here. I don't have to take my clothes off or fucking dance around to be able to get money. You know what I mean? To be able to, do your dream and goals and to be able to, do it by your voice only, and obviously the aesthetics and, everything that I do on that end and having great people in the room like you guys. It's a whole nother ball game. That's facts. Yeah, but how often do the Chiefs trade up? If anything, the Chiefs would probably trade back or stay pat. So I don't know. I mean, they might like players, but it's not like the Chiefs trade up. I mean, we know Patrick Mahomes, that was the famous one, but I don't know, man. There's a few people that I think that could fall into that line. Yeah. And like I said, it might work out for some people, but again, I've been grinding on this thing for fucking 7 years and I've been doing it for 11. And, like I said, if I can't really get the support here, how the hell am I going to get the support there? You know what I'm saying? That's facts. Yeah. And obviously there's going to be a few teams that are going to be looking at Zay, Boston College wide receiver. I mean, I know he's been linked to the Giants and a few other teams that are going to be looking at him. But I don't think that necessarily they're going to go wide receiver. If it was me, if I'm Kansas City, I'm probably going defense. So if I'm doing the draft and I'm doing it, under Spags, if he's still going to be the guy with the creative blitzes and the pressures, I'm probably going more towards like a guy, like maybe like a Will McDonald, the fourth, like the Iowa State edge guy. I think I would rather go defense rather than a wide receiver. There's going to be plenty of wide receivers to get, but then once you go further down the line with the edge rushers, the quality is going to start to drop off. So if it's me, I probably would go defense for the Chiefs and then wait, for a wide receiver unless they trade down. But I don't think I would be willing to trade up just to get a wide receiver when you could just wait. And there's going to be 2 or 3 that are just as good as him, if not better, that are waiting in the wings. That's just kind of how I feel. So. Is that what I need to do? Do I need to be fake? Like I need to go get like face tats and a grill and I need to be just this complete asshole and just be completely fake and scream and yell and do a bunch of horrible takes, be biased as fuck. Is that what I need to do to be able to get the channel to grow or to grow somewhere else? I just need to be like everyone else and just be a fake motherfucker. Is that how it goes to be able to be successful nowadays? I guess that's maybe what I have to do, huh? Yeah, Eagles aren't going to be able to get Jalen Carter, bro. He's going to be probably picked in the top 7 picks. If I'm the Eagles and I'm sitting where I'm sitting, right there, and you guys don't trade up and you're at 10, there's really 2 guys that are going to be sitting there after what I've seen. The number 1 option, for the Atlanta Falcons will probably be Lucas Van Ness. Sarah's very familiar with him. Very good player. Very good player, edge rusher, one of the better Iowa, Hawkeyes that we've seen in a few years, right? The Eagles, Miles Murphy is probably the most natural fitting player for them, right? And so you could go either one of these 2 there. And obviously Northwestern's offensive lineman, and we'll go to the Bears because you got to think, Justin Fields is going to need help. Jalen Hurts and all these other people, yeah, they're going to need help, but it's not as much of a priority compared to the Bears. Bears' number 1 priority, number 2 priority, number 3 priority is Peter Skoronski. It's O-line. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, but you never know. It could go either way. But if you're going to be getting Jalen Carter, you'd be trading up and it's not what the Eagles would do. You know what I mean? And you just picked a Georgia D tackle to replace Fletcher Cox that barely even played with Nakobe Dean. So you already got a guy that was supposed to be like a Jalen Carter last year that barely even played. So we'll see where it goes, with that. And then later on with the Eagles, because obviously they're going to be able to, be looking at another pick, later on, obviously around pick 30, right? So after they get their first pick out of the way, which I think the best fit will be Miles Murphy, right? To me, this is the most natural fit for the Falcons and the Eagles. And for the Eagles, it just makes sense to me, based off the system and what they would want to do. And then on pick 30, depending on what they do with the first pick, if they go a different direction, they may, go for a player like Keelan White. They might do a combo defender, someone like that. So we'll have to wait and see. But I kind of think that both of the picks could be defense and they could both be line, just based off how they might be able to do that. But yeah, maybe I need to do that. Maybe I need to rub coconut oil on myself and I need to have a grill, have some face tattoos. Maybe that's what I need to do and just be like the rudest motherfucker on planet Earth. I guess maybe that's what I need to do. Yeah. Well, they're still going to need pieces. Secondary needs a lot of work. So even though there are holes, D-line could be better. Linebackers could add another piece. The secondary could be better. O-line always needs help. Wide receiver, add another one. So yeah, they can plug and play, but they still need pieces. It's just, you got Mahomes, you got Kelsey, and you don't have Bieniemy anymore. So we'll have to see if the Chiefs can actually win a Super Bowl without Bieniemy now. So. Right. But the thing is, bro, right, if I'm having a hard time people, coming here, then how am I going to be able to get people to come there? Even the diehards that appreciate this channel here, sometimes they don't show up. So if they're never going to show up here, then if I do that, then they're never going to show up there either. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like what? I'm just going to go to Twitch and all of a sudden I'm just going to blow up. I highly doubt that. I mean, if I can't get the support here and I've been grinding for 11 years, right? If I can't get how the hell am I going to get the proper support? I'm going to get a bunch of cosplay and fucking gamers that are going to fucking like my channel. I highly doubt it. That's just, being honest. That is a good question. I really like your team moving forward. You guys have made big strides with all the pieces that you guys laid out. And Trevor Lawrence looks like, an Andrew Luck. And, getting rid of Urban Meyer was the best thing that you guys did. Bringing in Dougie P was surprisingly so successful. I knew that it could possibly work, but then also I had a weird feeling that maybe it wouldn't work. But thank God they had the right pieces that they brought in, even though they overpaid for Christian Kirk, but bringing in all those supporting cast pieces, the defense played well. They started believing each other. And then they ended up having the upset on the Chargers, but the Chargers always fuck up. It's just what they do. So if I am you and I'm the Jags and I'm really excited about my future, because you got to think with the Texans, they're in rebuilding mode. So they've been in rebuilding mode. As long as they're not as bad as the Cleveland Browns or the biggest shitstorm dumpster fire on planet Earth, be happy that you're not a Browns fan, right? So you got, the Colts got a ways to go. The Titans have a lot to figure out. The Texans still have, some wiggle room and things they got to figure out. But Jacksonville looks like they are the team until the Titans and the Colts catch up again. It used to be their division, Colts Titans, but now it looks like Jacksonville kind of took that spot. And they got the best quarterback. So we'll see, what happens, and hopefully CJ Stroud joins that group so we can get CJ versus a Trevor Lawrence. But your defense needs help. Right? And you need instincts. You need IQ. You need hybrid players. Someone, remember when you had like a Miles Jack, maybe a guy that could line up as like a middle linebacker, outside linebacker. Maybe sometimes I could even put 3 fingers in the dirt and run off the DN for a play or two. Not all the time, but just someone that can move around and be kind of a nuisance, kind of be a hybrid type of player, right? I like Brian Branch. I think that would be one of the better fits. Now, I don't know if he'll be there at 24, the DB from Alabama, but I think that, he's got instincts. He's got good IQ. He's got like a linebacker, defensive back kind of style. Versatile safety that if he had to play like nickel corner, if someone got hurt, he could do it. If you needed him to play outside linebacker and blitz for a play or two, he could do it. And I think that would benefit your team the most. So will they be able to pick a player like that? I don't know. I don't know if he'll still be, sitting there. But if it was me, that's probably where I would go. That would be the player that I'm looking at. So, and he is still one of the, better players that will be available at that point. But I think as far as personality and fit, that might be one of the best fits for the Jags. And if they get him, that could be very, very good for you guys. So, but that's what I'm thinking, Toby. Some really good looks in that first period, hitting iron twice. Ellie Tolman was one of those who hit the post. At 30? Yeah. But do you think that the Eagles would have a reputation of taking a running back at 30, though? You know what I mean? That's the thing. The Eagles are going to be doing value. And, yeah, it is possible that they go but I don't think that they would pick a running back in the first round. And I think if the Eagles were going to pick a running back in the first round, and if they traded up from this pick, the only guy that they would want to pick is Bijan from Texas, because that's a 3-down back. That's a game-changing fantasy football back. That would be the only back that I would be looking at least in the first round. If it's not Bijan, I wouldn't be picking any other running back in the first round personally. But again, sometimes people reach. But how many people are doing Twitch that are doing what I'm doing? Do you see what I'm saying? How many people are doing live play-by-play and reactions and doing sports content? I can do mental health and do these other things, and I can talk about whatever, movies, TV, and all that. But when it's primarily made for gamers and cosplay and, OnlyFans type of shit that they have on their little fucking, hot tub fucking whatever, you know what I mean? Like, how many people are going to be doing the content that I'm doing that are on there that are successful on there right now? Can you name one person on Twitch that is doing what I'm doing or what other YouTubers are doing that's successful there? I mean, I don't know anybody, so yeah, it might be, the algorithm might be a little bit better, but I don't really know anyone that's really having any success, on that end. And I do know they like to ban people a lot on that platform as well. I've seen some of the top brothers on Twitch get banned on there. There's like 3 or 4 of them. It's like they make too much money. And I also noticed that they take quite a bit too. I saw like one guy was making like maybe 10 mil or whatever from them, 10 to 15 mil in like a particular month. I think they paid him out like a 1. You know what I mean? So I don't really know how good the payout is on that end, but sounds like they rip you off over there too. I mean, they're going to rip you off anywhere that you go, and it might be better than YouTube. But I mean, if you're making 10 or 15 million in a month and you only get like 1 or 2, that sounds pretty shitty to me, especially if you're getting all of those advertisers and all those people looking, so I don't know. I haven't really heard too many good. I mean, I get it if you're doing gaming or if you're a girl, and you want to be able to go that particular route. You know what I mean? You want to do the TikTok thing. You want to do the Twitch thing for the cosplay and the gaming. But I haven't heard that many people that are doing more like sports related content be successful. So, but I mean, I imagine there might be some, but. No, but the thing is, Lenny, too high. You don't pick a player at safety at 10, unless it's like Sean Taylor. If it's like Sean Taylor, rest in peace, then you pick a guy like that. You're not going to be picking a guy that high at that pick. You have to make sure you're picking someone, like a pass rusher, offensive lineman, like a Skoronski, like the number 1 offensive tackle, best lineman if he's there, or, one of the best edge rushers or top 2 or 3. That's me. You know what I mean? But I don't think that, he would be closer to 30 than at 10. That's just my personal opinion. Because if you picked a guy like that at 10, people would be laughing. That would be like you reached for a guy that you might have been able to get at 30. Yeah. And like I said, all it's going to take is 1 trade or 2 trades, in the top 10, and then everything is going to be, a clusterfuck. So that's why, these mock drafts, I don't typically do them, and they're comical, and you see all these people that do them because, like I said, a lot of them don't take into account to the trades. And once one trade happens, it fucks up the whole flow, and then people trade down, people trade up, people slide. Yeah, if you do go for a tight end at depth, that is something that you guys could do, but you won't do it in the first round. And honestly, if you look at the first round, right, for tight ends, right, there's not very many guys that you could probably pick at tight end. Dalton Kincaid, he probably will be the first one that's off the board from Utah, right? And the Packers might, take a guy like that. He's pretty solid. I like him, right? And then obviously the one that most people recognize is Michael Mayer, right, from Notre Dame. And a team like the Chargers could pick up a guy like that. So there's probably going to be 2 tight ends selected, which is kind of rare. Sometimes you'll go a whole first round without even a tight end, So if those 2 guys are off the board, then you might end up getting, someone else if they decide that's a need, second round, third round, fourth round, and they grab a tight end. But those are the 2 best, more than likely, that will be going out in the first round, I feel. But again, who the fuck knows? Everything can change. Okay, but one question I have for you. did you watch Bajan play, and how many games did you watch him play? And if the answer is none or highlights, then you don't really realize how great Bajan really is. I mean, there's game-changing backs, and that are going to be able to change, particular franchises. And, when you see like the Brees Halls and the Kenneth Walker the thirds, and there's a certain guys that you just, see Saquon Barkley's, you just know. And Bajan is kind of like a Saquon Barkley talent. So like if you got a Bajan to go to like the Bills, that could be the difference between them making the Super Bowl and winning it or not. So yes, there's other guys that could be good. But I think that if Bajan doesn't get hurt, he is one of the top 6, as far as like talent players, overall talent. He's probably one of the top 5 or 6 overall. Not, as far as talent, what I mean? Will he get picked 5th or 6th? No. But as far as running backs are concerned, he's one of the more talented ones that I've seen in the last few years. But again, sometimes it'll be, fit, if you pick a guy that, fits their system. But I think Bajan could play on any system. That's how good he is. So. Wrecking machine. Mozzie. Yeah. But I mean, if I go there, is anyone going to show up? That's the thing. You know what I mean? I have a hard time enough, being at the cusp of 20,000 where, people don't show up. They don't get the notifications. You know what I mean? We get people that are goats like Cyberpunk that, save this channel. You know what I mean? But out of like the 8 or 10 or 12 mods that we have, we rarely get even half in the room at the same time anymore. You know what I mean? And even if those other mods aren't donating, they could still be here. They could still, support. And even if they're not going to be here, they could be like Cyberpunk and at least like and retweet my shit on Twitter. But some people aren't doing that. You know what I mean? So it's all about the little things that like Jameson does and Sarah does and Cyberpunk does where other people aren't doing it. So it's like, yeah, I mean, we could do Twitch or we could do, Kick or one of these things. But, are people going to actually show up, if I do this? Do you see what I'm saying? If I can't get people to show up here, then what makes me think people are going to show up there? So. Yeah. Yeah. And obviously I can do the wrestling thing too. Absolutely. Yeah, but the thing is, if I'm doing sports live streams and no one is looking for that because it's Twitch and it's a video games, kind of place, I don't really know how successful that's going to be. I mean, I'm always willing to maybe try something, you know what I mean? But I don't know, man. Like I said, I've been grinding, and I don't know. I would find it kind of hard to believe that all of a sudden I would just do Kick or Twitch and then we're going to have better results than we have here. And, what is it going to be like, as far as, subs and donations on there? I don't know. I don't know. I kind of find it hard to believe some gamer guy is going to see my channel and be like, oh, let me donate to this guy. I don't know. Right. But the thing is, you have to just look at the mechanics and the body size, the running style, and what he actually brings. And there's just certain players that you see, like, Derrick Henry and these certain guys, you just know that no matter where they go, they're going to be successful. Now, if they have a better offensive line, that's going to work out better for them. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? They're just like, there's just certain guys, that have the body size. And as long as they don't get injured, they have a higher probability of panning out because of their freaking nature type of, game that they bring to the NFL status. So. Everything. My house, being evicted, not being able to eat food, can't pay bills, stressed out, mental health, depression, anxiety, the willingness to be able to continue on to live. So quite a bit, actually. And think about that, to be able to grind, on my dream project for 11 years and to be, 7 years in and having them blackball me for 5. How many people would have quit by now? You know what I mean? If your sub count isn't really going, up or where you need to go for 5 years, how many people would actually have the fortitude and the mental health and the strength to keep going? You know what I mean? Most people would not be able to handle, a year of that, let alone 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, but I mean, it's getting tough, man. Like I said, my mental health has not been good. It's been very bad. Like I've been in a very dark place in 2023. Still 0-0 in the Kraken and the Avalanche in the second period. Yeah, well, I just have to be honest, man, with how things are in my life. People don't understand what it's like, unless you're actually, in my shoes, and what I had to sacrifice, with everything that I've done. I mean, honestly, if I didn't have a dream project or whatever, do you think that I would have sacrificed a Jordan rookie that has potential to be worth $100,000? I mean, there's not many YouTubers, if any, that have sacrificed anything like that, So for me to get blackballed like that, it's tough. But again, it all comes down to just, support. That's just the truth. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, maybe one day, to do that or whatever. But the thing is that if I ended up doing that, with the people that are saying that I should do it, would you even show up? I mean, that's something to be able to ask yourself too. Like, it's cool to be able to throw out the recommendations, but who would actually show up? You know what I mean? Because like, if you haven't been here in a while and you only show up like once a month, right? And then you want me to go over there and then you show up once a month. I mean, what's the difference? Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, if I'm not getting the support here, then all of a sudden I'm going to do Kick and I'm going to do Twitch. And then the people that show up once a month or twice a month, and then is it going to change? Are you going to show up more? And the answer is probably no. So that's where I'm kind of looking at it as well. I mean, I would like to be able to, go to a platform where I'm not blackballed, where I can actually have a fair chance to grow and, have, people, that we could add to the channel and whatnot. But I don't know. Yeah, that's not possible because the girlfriend works here at home in the studio, and she works from 7 a.m. to usually till 4. So there's no time that I can get on the stream, right? During the day. And then if I went back and did the streams during the day, who's going to watch me during the day and possibly donate to me so I can pay bills and pay rent during the day? You can do streams, but who's actually going to support me if I did streams during the day? You see what I'm saying? People are at work. So can I really, think that people are going to be at work, they're not going to work, and they're going to watch me stream, and they're going to possibly donate to me at like a morning hour or afternoon hour? I don't know. That's just, I'm always trying to break things down. So. Yeah. But it's like one of those things, it's easy to say, oh, do a couple streams here, do a couple there. You know what I mean? But It's like when you go from a certain point and then you go to another point, it's not easy doing this whatsoever. And there's a reason why there's a lot of people that don't do it, but I just want to be able to have a fair shot, to be able just to get the proper people to be able to see what we had. And honestly, if we ended up having a collab that was promised, back then things probably would be different now, even if it was just one collab, that ended up happening, you know what I mean? And, like I said, broken promises or, that's what happens. So, and I want to be able to do things on my own, but sometimes, collabing or being able to link, with someone else could make a huge difference. Even if a lot of those people stay with that original, streamer, but you still would be able to get engagement from, from people that maybe go to both and stuff. So, but I get what you're saying. But again, for the people, they say do this, right? But if you're not going to show up here, then why would you even show up there, right? So.
Time now for the Northwest Chevy Silverado drive to the net. We'll take a look at this goal by Morgan Keekley, but it starts with a good forecheck.
Yeah, but that's easy for you to say, you know what I mean? Because I've been doing this for 11 years and, I've been doing this here for 7 years. And then it took me, that long, 10 years, to be able to go full time and then to go full time, for like a year and a half. Really what it comes down to is just people and support. And if we had, people that would show up and people that would support, and it doesn't have to be some crazy amount, then I'd still be able to continue to do this. But if people don't show up, or if people don't donate or don't share and don't do the things that they did in 2022, right, then this is where we're going to be at. But if the people showed up and we had the people, doing what they were doing in 2022, we wouldn't have an issue. I'd still be frustrated with the views and the subs more than likely, but I figured out how to do the thumbs and do everything there, but like I said, it's just about, getting people that actually care about me succeeding and want me to win and want me to be able to do my dream. And then there's people that just don't care. There we go, Kraken. There we go, Colorado. 1-1. Whoa. Yeah, but that, for me to be able to work 2-3 jobs for, 10 years to get to this point and then to go backwards, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I can go that particular route, but unless you're in my shoes, I mean, you don't understand. I get what you're saying, but again, unless you're in my shoes and know what I've done up to this point and how much time and effort and everything that goes on, you know what I mean? Because like I said, we were able to, hit crazy numbers, with limited people in the room, right? So really it's about the quality and who's supporting. But if then things change on that end, then obviously things overall change with the channel. And when people donate, other people donate. When no one donates, then it's a snowball effect. When someone sees something, then things, snowball. But if, you're going in and you're doing a stream for like, let's say 3-4 hours and you don't get your first dono until 2 hours in, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm all about analytics and whatnot. So. But the whole point is, working hard so that way I could do this, full time. So I didn't have to do, 2 or 3 jobs. And if I have to do, a part-time job to do that, but like I said, people just don't understand. And it's all the things that I've sacrificed on top of that too. It's not like I just started the channel a year ago. Yeah, 1-1 in the Kraken game. What else is going on right now? Cyberpunk, you still in the room? I'm not sure if he is. So for all these series that are in the NHL, Sarah, is everything 7 games from every round for NHL. So obviously it'd be first team to get to 4 in every series, correct? I would assume that's how it goes. You got anything that you wanted me to be able to pull up for you, bro? You got any players or wrestlers that you want me to be able to pull up? I got you, bro. Yeah, I don't have a car, so obviously, there's no chance for me being able to do Uber Eats. So, sometimes I'm eating fingernail sandwiches, air sandwiches. Nice, Kraken with a goal. There we go. There we go, baby. 2-1 Kraken. And this is kind of a cool story for Seattle with the Kraken and seeing the Seahawks and the Mariners rise and the Kraken only being in, like their second year. Anytime you can make the playoffs in your second, third year of existence after being an expansion team and be this good that actually could go further than people think. Like, I don't know if anyone thought that they would be able to hang with Colorado, even though they're not as good as last year when they won the Stanley Cup. But I'm very impressed. They got hot at the right time towards the end of the season, and they've had injuries, and it's pretty amazing to see the Kraken do this well as an expansion team. I don't think I've seen too many expansion teams in any sports level do this well, besides maybe like the Jags when they came in as an expansion team, and then they made the AFC Championship game in like their second or third year with Mark Brunell. That's the only other thing that I can think of, and I don't know if Seattle can make it all the way to the Stanley Cup. That would be a reach. Hell, they might not even get past Colorado. But even if they don't, they've won more games than people have thought, and it's pretty impressive, to watch them play. I won't lie. I haven't been to a Kraken game at all, but, at one point or another, I will go. Sarah with $1. Appreciate you. Every dollar counts. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. Let me know, Cyberpunk. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It was his last delivery. I'm always reading stories and whatnot, but yeah, I did see that. Freaking unfortunate. The guy is like kind of like a middle-aged Caucasian guy, probably had a family with kids and whatnot, and it was his last delivery. And then you got the guy that was like from fucking prison, face tats everywhere. Looks like he would be like a cannibal and that would like, cut up a guy or eat a guy or whatever. And then obviously the guy, dropped off the food. I assume he jumped him, from the bushes or something. And then, the rest is history. Yeah, super sad. Lots of crazy stuff that goes on with not only the Ubers or the Lyfts, but then also with the eating services that they have. Fucking sad story, man. I mean, can you imagine you're just trying to make some extra dollars and whatnot, and then all of a sudden you get attacked and they cut you up and whatnot. And like I said, they found his body in like trash bags and whatnot, but at least they got the guy, but that's not going to bring the dad back. Super sad. Yeah, but also too, since I figured out how to do the thumbs all on my own now, we're getting more views and we're getting more subs on the baseball side, right? But then no one's donating. So it's like I figured you'd be able to find at least one, person that might be a heavy hitter that might be able to support out of all the baseball streams. But it just seems like, I don't know if the baseball people are just all young kids or older people, that are, more middle-aged or older. But whatever it is, people are more prone to, maybe support on the NFL side and like the college football side. But it seems like, with other things, NASCAR, NBA, MLB, it's like just people are content just watching, because like I said, we've gotten, sometimes you'll average, like 10, 15 people, sometimes more, sometimes less, but we've gotten, 30 people in the room, 20, 80, 60. So it's like we've done pretty good on the baseball side, but I just feel that, we're getting the regular people like Cyberpunk that are supporting, you know what I mean? But I figured we'd be able to find some new people on the baseball side since I've been able to do the baseball, since the views and subs are up. But like I said, there's just, nobody that's really supporting on the dono side from that, which I thought was a little surprising. I figured baseball people would support, but maybe they don't. I don't know. Maybe baseball people just don't care. They just want to watch someone call a game and that's it. So I'm glad you're here, brother. You're always welcome here. You know that. Who's your favorite out of those three? Which ones do you like, Matt? Bushwhackers, great choice. That always brings a smile to my face. No, because I mean, I don't think anything would come out of it, to be honest. You know what I mean? Because honestly, all I want to do is just to be able to continue to help people with mental health and just do my dream and grind. And even if that means I only can pay my rent and my bills and I can eat and that's all I can do, I mean, that would be okay for me. Of course I would want to be able to give back when I can, with cool things to people that are supporting me and whatnot, but it's not like I have to necessarily be rich, but it's like paying rent late every month and barely surviving. It's not a good feeling, and plus I have like mental health and, depression and other things going on, when I, get into a kind of a dark place and whatnot. So it's a number of things, but no. And honestly, if I ended up doing something like that, I don't know if that would even work, like if I had someone that, did something like a behind the scenes, type thing, like on TikTok or something, like if someone recorded and showed like, what I'm due, where I've started, where I'm at now. And then, and then you had someone do like a video, like of something like that. I could probably get more followers that way, on that particular platform, even though I'm not on that platform, you know what I mean? But just to be able to get my name out there, for, being blackballed for 5 years and actually having, great people in the room and actually having a good channel. It's like I've seen one where they, had a girl that did it for her dad, a daughter, and obviously he didn't necessarily like blow up, but he definitely got more people to be able to take notice of what he was doing. You know what I mean? It just kind of depends, but honestly, I don't think that anyone would even, care, honestly. Yeah. But even with, them being that way, I mean, we were still able to go full time for a year and almost a year and a half. You know what I mean? After grinding it out for, I've been doing this 11 years, 7 years on YouTube. It took me 10 to go full time and while being blackballed for the last 5, doing it with somebody, obviously with a partner quit and, and obviously figuring out everything on my own. But like I said, it's just about having the right people and just being able to have a fair opportunity to get new eyeballs to see. But obviously people are very fickle, on YouTube and Twitch more than Instagram or Twitter or Facebook. And, so you can have someone that, donates, heavy, say that, they're going to be a part of the channel, forever. And then, come in the room and make a bet with me for $50 that the Bucks are going to win the Super Bowl. And then all of a sudden come in the room about a month after the Super Bowl and then say that they're never going to come back again. And they didn't even give me the $50. So, you don't know what's going to happen. All of a sudden you think someone's going to support you and things are going to be good. And then all of a sudden they don't pay you what they promised to pay you. And they say that they're never going to be here again for something that I didn't even do. So, I mean, loyalty is shown in many ways. All right, let's get some bushwhackers up here for Cyberpunk. Two-one Kraken. on the Avalanche. Series tied 2-2, 5:40 left in the second period. I had a feeling this was going to be on, but I didn't know when it was going to be on. But playoff hockey is always interesting. Crowd is always into it. A lot on the line. I actually enjoy, I think, playoff hockey more than NBA playoffs, honestly. I appreciate that. So give me your top three, Matt, out of the first round. Who are your top three favorite wide receivers in this draft that potentially could go first round? Your boy's got a lot to say. And I know you like to read and you like to be able to watch wide receivers and tight ends, not just those positions, but feel free to share anything that you need to share, regarding the things that you love, brother. Great photo.
Has a crowning moment in this very important game with his first NHL goal in the playoffs at Queen Anne Beer Hall.
4:34 left in the second period. 2-1 Kraken. Let's go.
100% ribeye beef in a burger. Yep, 100% ribeye beef in a burger. Our ribeye steakhouse burgers. All the flavor of a juicy ribeye steak in a burger. Did I mention they're made with 100% ribeye beef?
So long, winter. Spring is here. Head into the new season.
It's funny too, because even though that, they never really won a whole lot, it's still to this day one of my favorites. I still have the figures. I used to chase my dad around, with the bushwhacker type of thing. And then we had Bushwhacker Butch just passed away recently. Very sad. A lot of these guys are getting older now. But sometimes it's about the personality of the guys, About those memories when you're a child.
Swedish Casino and Lodge is the perfect destination for your next getaway. Wake up to stunning views of Padilla Bay. Head to the casino floor for exciting slots and table games. Relax and recharge by cozying up in the lodge. And end your day savoring the delicious flavors of the Pacific Northwest at the award-winning 13 Noons. Come stay and play at Swinish Casino and Lodge, where you can explore it all. Must be 18 to play.
The first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs are presented by Verizon. .434 left in the second period. John Edzo, JT, and Piper, supported by our great crew here in Denver. Game 6 will be Friday night in Seattle. Toss face off, just making sure no time ran off the clock. Got by the official. Nico Rantanen and Yanni Gord on the draw. Face off, possessed by Seattle, swept out by Tolvanen, who gets it now. Shooting. Byro looks over his shoulder. Forechecked by Bjorkstrand. Tolvanen in support. McKinnon gets it out to dead center. Will Morgan turns it right back in. Where do you want to play with this line here? Gord all the way around. Morgan.
So 89-81, the Bucks are up on the Heat. 5:40 left in the third. Warriors 60, Kings 56. Knotted up at 2-2 apiece. Knicks won the series 106-95 over the Cavs. No surprise there. And then the Grizzlies beat the Lakers at home 116-99. They're up 3-2 in the series. So they have 4 games on today, which is kind of crazy. And then tomorrow there's only 1 game. So you got the Celtics and Hawks, and Boston leads 3-2, and they will win the series tomorrow. Luke and Butch. Wow, you think Zay is 3? You think Zay is 3? But there's a drop-off after Smith, Njigba, and Addison. Like those it kind of look like, but there's always going to be a sleeper at 3, 4, 5, 6 that might be a little bit, like no one's talking about, but maybe they slide to like a really good team and find a good OC to work with. So there could be someone other than Zay or Downs or Dell that could be better than those 3, possibly. We'll have to find out. A little bit of Lockett. Hey, Matt, like you go through a lot of the evaluations, with, wide receivers, with a lot of the detailed stuff. Have you ever thought about trying to take that knowledge and to be able to help kids? You know what I mean? Because obviously it's not you're going to be able to train with like NFL or, college or maybe necessarily like high school athletes, but to be able to train, like Pop Warner in Hawaii or whatever your league is called up there, with different techniques and stuff. You never know. That could be something that, I know you want to do something with sports and whatnot, but, having that knowledge, of all the little things that can make you great, based off footwork and diet and, being able to do the workout regimen, that might be something that you would maybe want to look into at some point, if you could end up helping out some of the Hawaiian youth, with a lot of those things that could really make a difference for them going into the next level, whether it be junior high, high school, college, or the pros. Got to be able to use that knowledge, somewhere, for something besides just reading and blogging and things like that. You might actually be able to put it to use, depending on if you have a connection with, trying to be able to, help a youth if you feel that you could do that. But I know you like sports a lot, so. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of the NBA series have been kind of garbage, to be honest. I thought that the Kings and Warriors was the best series, and then I thought the Knicks and the Cavs, because at one point or another, you didn't really know who was going to win. Yeah, we know the Knicks won the series, but even still, we don't really know who's going to win between the Warriors and the Kings. Warriors have the reputation, but the Kings have been the better team. Grizzlies are probably the most overrated top 3 seed on either side, but they still might be able to get past LA. But I feel like most of the series, when you looked at the teams, you kind of knew who was going to win, besides the Knicks and the Cavs on that side. And then I think the Kings and the Warriors on the other. You didn't really know. And that's what makes a good series, when you don't really know. But again, I mean, I used to love NBA when I was a kid, and I don't really like it anymore. But I still get up for certain playoff, matchups. But I guess maybe when it gets deeper, and the competition gets a little bit better. But now you got like Giannis hurt, Embiid hurt. Everyone's getting hurt. This is not good for the NBA. You know what I mean? Where you have your best stars being hurt. So what does that mean? We're going to get Denver versus Boston? I don't know. That sounds like kind of a snooze fest. I mean, obviously Boston is going to be able to win, but I want to be able to see Boston, Milwaukee in the East Finals. And then if we got Embiid hurt and Giannis is hurt, it's just going to be an easy path for Boston. And then obviously if you're in the West, you got Denver, you got, a few other teams, but can anyone beat Denver in a 7-game series? I don't know. And I don't think the NBA wants Denver in the finals because they're not exciting. They're kind of a defense rebounding team. If the NBA had their choice, they probably would want Phoenix in it with Durant. I would assume that they would want that team to be able to make it, so that way it would get the most ratings if it was Phoenix and Boston. Because, I mean, obviously with the injuries to Embiid and Giannis, 2 out of the top 3 players in the league, not a good sign for them moving forward. But I wish I could get into NBA more and college hoops, but it's like WWE. Once you burn the bridge with me, it's very hard for me to come back.
Colorado will have 50 seconds of power play time to start period 3. Stay tuned for tracking.
Yeah, I saw. Well, it's only one match. So she's going to be on for one match that I read, and then they'll see where her career goes after that. And then the new belt actually looks good. It just looks like the big WCW big gold belt with a small W in it. It actually is one of the better looking belts that I've seen in years. And so we'll see what the branding does, if it's going to take over one of the other belts that Roman has, or it's going to make a new belt with a new history. Whatever way they go about it, Seth Rollins should be the one that has that new belt. And I think the belt is pretty. It looks good. Like I said, anything that looks like the big gold WCW belt, honestly, to me, that's probably the most attractive belt style. They have the big W belt. They have spinner belts. They're kind of gimmicky. They have the Stone Cold Smoking Skull belt, hardcore belt. They've got all these belts, intercontinental, old belts. But as far as like the newer belts, that new WWE belt looks pretty slick. I don't have any bad things to say about that. Yep, that's true.
Because we're not for profit, there's no boardroom of billionaires maximizing their margins. Our biggest stakeholders are people like you. It's our members who make money meaningful, so we focus on helping them thrive.
I agree with that. I think obviously people thought the Celtics would have beaten that Hawks sooner, based off the matchup. But I think the only reason that the Heat Bucks is good is because Giannis got hurt. If Giannis didn't get hurt, the shit would have already been over. So, I mean, injuries do make things a little bit more competitive when you have one of the best players in the world that's not playing. But if Giannis was healthy throughout that whole series, shit would have probably already been over by now, more than likely, or close to being over. Who, me? Yeah, no. I'll never be able to afford a belt probably in my lifetime unless somehow I make that, happen or whatever. But it is pretty though. Like I said, if I was like, I mean, it probably wouldn't be the first belt that I would buy. Odin's son bought the hardcore belt just a few months ago, or a few weeks ago. But I do think it's a nice looking belt. It's one of the, because I never thought the big W belt looked that good. Honestly, the W was like too big. And also it's the shape of the belt, the overall shape of that metal plate in the middle. It has to be a certain style. And like even with AEW's belt, it doesn't look as good as that big gold belt. The big gold belt has that look, whether it's the regular WCW belt, the NWO, black and white with the spray paint or the red. It's one of the prettier belts. But then with the smaller W, that was a good thing to do, to make it smaller, and it still has that big gold belt look. But I imagine that people will be buying it, and whatnot. But I guess it all depends on how much money you have. What else do you want to see for photos besides bushwhackers? And then Sarah, you got something that you want to see? Let me know.
Isn't that right, co-host Rhonda?
Are we on TV right now?
I don't know.
Yanni Gord's a guy that just breeds confidence and just has an infectious way of playing.
I call him the pepper pot, and he's a guy that stirs that pot, he riles up the other side. Most importantly, he's a leader.
There's a high bar to be on Yanni Gord's line.
He works extremely hard. He's just one of those guys that kind of does everything for the team.
He kill penalties, get involved.
Real life and the figures from the late 80s, early 90s. Some good stuff right there.
I asked all of the Kraken who of their teammates is the most likely to get a Gordie Howe hat.
Yeah, let me get a picture of it.
And a goal and an assist, and every single one of them said Yanni Gord.
He never has a bad day. He always has a smile on his face.
I mean this with all due respect. He's like a kid out. He loves the game. He is the type of guy that I want on my team when I'm going to battle. Yanni Gord is everything you want in a Green Man.
Kraken Intermission is presented by Chateau St. Michelle, the official wine partner of the Seattle Kraken.
After a scoreless first
All right,
period,
so
goals in the second, 2 scored by the Kraken, a 1-goal lead over the defending Stanley Cup champions.
so this is kind of like the style that most people remember, right? And then they made it black, background red, background blue, you know, the different belts that they've had, you know, for the men's and the women's, right? I think the W is just, I don't know, it's just too big. I don't know. I don't know. But I think this newer belt looks quite a bit better. W is a little bit too big, but I understand why they went that route. And then here's the new one. And sometimes you got to make kind of a drastic change, but just the shape of the belt. And here's the new one. So the new one has got like a WCW, the world title Ric Flair belt. It's got a similar kind of shape to it on that middle plate right there. And then it's just got the W in the middle smaller. I think this one is a little bit more attractive. It's like, it seems like this one to me is a little bit better. I'll give you a different angle. But I don't know. This one to me, it looks cleaner. And hopefully they give Seth Rollins this particular belt. But that one to me is much better than this one. I mean, like I said, for a while, you know, you could switch the plates up and you can, you know, make an Eagles belt or whoever wins and whatnot, you know. But for me, I think like the WCW Gold, you know, obviously is one of the best belts ever. WCW Big Gold belt.
And this is what this line is doing. They're finally able to pay off each of these players having goals, and 3 of them now coming at even strength.
Chateau St. Michel tasted quality. You mentioned McKinnon, the mistake he made. Well, he redeemed himself a minute 20 after Morgan Geeky's goal, taking advantage of, I'm sure what Philip Grubauer would say, I'd like to take a mulligan on that.
Yeah, exactly. The puck is going to come into the Kraken zone, and Philip Grubauer is going to come back to play this puck and just sends it into an area that was too dangerous, where you're going to get Rantanen able to feed McKinnon, who is right there in net front. Grubauer is trying to get back. He can't get position, and that's an easy tap-in for McKinnon to even the score.
To that point, we're 1-1, 10:01 and left in the period, and the tie was broken.
The tie was broken, and this is the play I was referring to. I apologize earlier, where Jordan Eberle comes around, sends that feed up. We talked about Ty Cartier's shot. You see it there. And again, Nathan McKinnon is back here upset that he feels he got tripped. Maybe he got tripped. Maybe he didn't get tripped. But when you stop the play, you take yourself out of the play. We've seen this happen a couple times in the playoffs. You need to commit to the play and commit to staying on defense regardless.
So for me, what the shape of it, and I like it better than this one. And then obviously if you go back to the Big Gold, you can see the shape of it, you know, and obviously that one, they got the NWO version. They got, you know, the different ones, just the standard one, but that's the one that is pretty highly touted. And this one has kind of a similar shape where they pretty much copied the shape ultimately and just put the W in the middle and made it smaller. And you can change the plates out and obviously make it for whatever champion. They can have their own custom plates, but I'm very critical, obviously, of WWE with everything they do with booking and whatnot. But I do really like that new belt. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, I think, yeah, for you, man, there's something that'll be there for you. I mean, like I said, also you live in Hawaii, and I know there's a lot of people that, you know, the youth, you know, they love, you know, obviously football and whatnot, and you know, something to do, you know, with the exercise part of it, you know, the mental part of it, the physical part of it. You know, there's something there for you for sure.
Hello, Your Royal Highness, sir.
That's a brag.
Call me back. Switch and choose the phone you want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
On the network worth bragging about.
Verizon.
I'm gonna get you some Travis Kelce here.
So it breaks our heart when we see delivery done wrong.
Like soggy fries. They're cold, they're soggy, and they don't deliver one.
We knew we had to do something about it. Turns out the solve wasn't a better fry.
It was hot.
Domino's new load attack. Crispy golden top.
And because we're a pizza company, we loaded them with pizza toppings.
Our tots are made to be delivered.
They can't just taste great, they need to deliver great.
Try new loaded tots with your favorite pizza.
Come on, Carter. So you don't have him on skates yet, huh? He's only 6 months old. I guess hockey's not really his thing. Come on, buddy. Get it. Should probably start saving for college.
Sure, put it in there, Matt. Yeah, never feel that you can't express yourself, with different workout regimens or anything football related. Some other people, on other channels, they may ignore or just be like, whatever, you know what I mean? But I want to make sure everyone feels seen and heard. And I never want to have anyone feel they're being ignored or they don't feel, that they can talk about something. Like, even if you're not getting the engagement that you want to get, I will always appreciate everything that you have to say and do. You are one of the regulars and we go through these ups and downs. But one thing that I can say is that you are consistent. You are trying to be here a lot of times, more than most people, besides like Sarah and Cyberpunk and a few others and Jameson. So, I do appreciate you and never feel that you can't say what you want to say. I will always make sure I have time for you. Never forget that. Everyone deserves to be heard, brother. And that's a problem with a lot of people nowadays. It's not like that, but everyone matters, man. Repo Man. Oh, that's a good one.
Only two Kraken players have 2 goals in this playoff series. Jaden Schwartz and joining.
Yes, I do.
Morgan Geeky, 6:35 into the second period. He also scored the 3rd goal of game 1.
5 sets. Superset 1 leg.
2 periods of play. Tom Glasgow with you from the Forward Sports Desk. Speaking of Morgan Geeky.
Yeah, it's super sad
About that second period of play.
for the Uber Eats situation.
Morgan, you know that you're not going to score a ton of pretty goals in the playoffs.
All right, let's do some Repo Man.
Rebounded the blue paint. What stood out to you about the way your team has been playing behind the goal line and around the net throughout this series?
Yeah, I think that's something we try to key on. I know we're good down low. We kind of showed that all year. I think we like to make plays for sure, and we can play down low like that and use our big body. I think we got a lot of good guys that can make plays below the goal line, so it's just about making plays under there and sticking to the game plan.
Your linemate Alex Wendberg has made some phenomenal plays throughout this game. What have you seen from him?
He's awesome. Yeah, both ends of the rink. He's easy to play with because you always know where he's going to be. So, he's he's got great vision. Can shoot the puck too. So, he made a great play to Schwartzy in the middle, and I was just lucky enough on the rebound.
What's it do for you guys on the bench and for the team's momentum in general when you get a guy like Ty Cartier to come into the lineup and score a goal like that for you guys?
It's awesome. Yeah, it's a great feeling. Everybody's happy for him to come in like that and contribute. And that's definitely not what we expect. But, anytime a guy can do that and come in and contribute right away, it definitely helps the team and the morale. So it was a huge goal. Good bounce back goal for us after they scored. So we're just going to try and keep the foot on the gas.
All right, thank you, Morgan. Good luck in the 3rd.
Thank you.
Ty Cartier making his NHL debut in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup playoff series, tied at 2 of these scores. Are you kidding me? Holy smokes.
Oh, fucking Repo, man.
He's a big reason why the Kraken lead 2-1 over the Avalanche. Mom and Dad loved it.
Sports fans, a whole new level of gaming excitement is available now.
But you know what? Sometimes the ones that aren't the popular ones are the ones that I like the most. The ones that don't get the attention or love, the underdogs. And sometimes the memories that you have, you can have memories of like Hogan, Andre the Giant, and like some of the bigger name guys. But sometimes, you're going to have memories, like me of like fucking IRS and the Mountie and fucking Tatanka and like kind of like the lower name guys. You still remember who they are. Look at that. That's actually a PSA. Repo Man. Very cool. Bushwhackers, you know, sometimes it's not necessarily like that number one guy. Sometimes it could be, you know, some of the lower guys or the memories that you have. Underdogs, you know, I relate to them. I like them a lot.
The first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, presented by Verizon.
Yeah, I like, I mean, all the gimmicks that they had. I mean, you already know, I mean, there's a lot of favoritism and, you know, obviously, you know, going through the big boys, you know, with Hogan and Andre the Giant and Flair and Macho Man, there wasn't really a whole lot of room, you know, for some of these, you know, other, you know, just kind of mid-level, lower card guys. But sometimes those memories that you do have are, you have more memories of some of like maybe the lower name ones than maybe the bigger name ones. I mean, obviously I like Legion of Doom, Road Warriors, and, you know, teams like this, like Demolition, but that doesn't mean that I still don't have love for, you know, IRS or Tatanka or some of the others, you know.
Major League action can only mean one thing. Fun is in full swing. Baseball is here, and Root Sports is bringing you everything Mariners all season long. Take your fandom to the next level with in-depth access and insights from all.
I just think it's crazy that IRS, you know, is the dad of Bray Wyatt and Bo Dallas. All you have to do is believe. Just crazy. If you actually look at them, they don't even look related. But obviously, we know wrestling is usually second, third generation, sometimes even more than that. And it also kind of depends on, I guess, when you started watching. And obviously, anything that you watch that when you're 5 to 12 years old, right? When you get into that window of 5 to 12, those are the coolest things ever to you. And those are the things that you're going to remember forever, at least for me. So any time I have those memories of anything from 5 to 12 years old, that was the coolest thing in the world. And I hang on to that, you know, forever.
And by Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the official medical care provider of your Seattle Crack. All right, it's Watch and Win trivia time. Third and final clue is this player recently became a father to a newborn daughter. Stay tuned for the QR code.
Like, let's see.
To win playoff tickets. Easy question, tougher game in Denver as we connect with John, Eddie, and JT. Thank you, Tom. Eddie, in the playoffs, you have to do whatever it takes.
Yeah, sometimes the guys can be jobbers, but you can still remember them. Berserker. Oh, my God. Berserker. Akeem the Dream.
That would be the first thing I would show in the video whenever the team would beat the next time they're JT.
And the crazy thing is if you end up having some of the old ones, you know, everyone's going to end up having like the Hogan and, you know, some of the popular ones. How many people actually have a fucking Repo Man figure? And let alone you still have it in the box. So, I mean, normally maybe a Repo Man, you know, back then, you know, just like everyone else, maybe, you know, the same $5, $8, $10. But if you have a mint one and nobody bought it, I mean, that could be something that could be worth, you know, 50, 100 or more, just because who the hell bought a Repo Man? Somebody did. You know, and sometimes it's those ones that are, you know, like the jobber ones that end up being worth the most because nobody fucking bought them. I like those old school figures too. They have the greatest cardboard of any figures too. There's nice vibrant colors. Those are the ones that I grew up with. And then here's like a newer one, the classic one. Fucking cool, man. Love that shit. But it makes you wonder, like, who the hell bought a Repo Man? It's like, it'd be like someone like Preston, you know, like when he collected more in the Attitude Era, right? And you got to think, like, he's got like 10 Stone Colds, 10 Rocks. And when I was going through the, you know, when I was going through like some of his figures to make sure I could have some, you know, that I could trade him some Colt stuff. like Peyton Manning figures, Andrew Luck figures back in the day for some of his old stuff from like the 90s. And I was looking through the stuff, and he even had fucking Viscera. Like, who the fuck bought a Viscera? Preston did, because he wanted to have all the heels, no matter if they were good or bad. So that way, when he could play, you know, he would have like, you know, Royal Rumble, and you could have even the guys that are heels that maybe aren't popular and no one cares, but he still bought those. You know what I mean? Which is pretty cool, you know, that someone actually bought those. And I went through, I didn't end up trading for the Viscera, but I just thought it was really cool that someone actually bought one. You know what I mean? And so you never know. And then obviously, if you have some of those that are still in the package, those will be worth a little bit more than people think. So yeah, I opened mine to have with the ring, and then my dad has bought me a couple sets after. It's not like necessarily like dementia or anything, or he's like losing his mind, but like I had my originals. They're like somewhere in the attic. My dad bought me another set a couple years ago, and then like a few years back, and then a few years after that, I think he bought me another set because he forgot he bought. He forgot that he bought them for me. Kraken, baby. Let's go. 3-1 Kraken, baby. On the road, too. And they're tied up 2-2 in the series. Unbelievable to see a team like this being in their second year of existence, you know, taking it to the champ that won it last year, which it probably isn't going to win it this year, but still, you know, pretty fucking impressive. Does he have a Mae Young? Yeah, I think he did. I think he had Moolah, Mae Young, Viscera, like, you know, any rando one, like you would think that, you know, no one would have. He had it. Like, it's just crazy. I know you love that Mae Young that you saw at the store. I actually showed that to him. And I showed my buddy Justin. I was like, oh, my buddy Cyberpunk. He's like, he went to like, you know, Walmart, Target, and it was going through the figures. And for some fucking weird reason, they had a fucking Mae Young. Like, who's going to buy that? Like, you just have to think, like, who is actually going to buy the Mae Young newer figure? It's one thing to buy the older figure, but who's going to buy like a newer version of, I mean, a hardcore collector will, you know, if they're trying to collect like every piece, you know, in that set. Those are the people that end up typically buying the Mae Young. It's not like they're going to necessarily take it out of the package and switch out the hands and the heads, which they might, you know, if they want to put it on in like a display case so they can pose it a certain way. But I know there's other people that will just buy the most random thing ever. And even though you would think that no one would care about the Mae Young or would buy it or whatever, someone will buy it. You don't know who's going to buy it, but someone will. So. Being like a face or a heel, like where it originated from. I'm not really sure where it fully originated from. But that is a good question. We should look that up. Let's look it up. Where did heel originate from? Where did heel in wrestling originate? Let's see. The term heel. All right, let's go here. Hold on. We got to get the right photo here before I do this.
You have to worry about everybody.
I got to get the right image. Okay. We have to have the right image if I'm talking about this. Oh, yeah, baby. All right. The term heel is derived from an old early 1900s term meaning despicable or contemptible person. They are bad guys who do underhanded things to get heat, which means booze. Not booze, obviously, for drink, but obviously booze, you know, from the crowd. In professional wrestling, a heel, also known as Rudo in Lucha Libre, a wrestler who portrays a villain or bad guy or rule breaker, acts as antagonists to the faces who are the heroic protagonists or good guy characters. So early 1900s, meaning despicable or contemptible person who underhanded things to get heat, which means booze. I did not know that. I did find out watching the Belushi show that's like on Discovery about his weed farm in Oregon, and they have like they're on season 3, and I was watching that, and he's paired up with like Blues Brothers and trying to be able to market his weed and whatnot, and the term like 420, like how 420 became famous with like pot and weed and whatnot, and it's just from like some stoners in California, that used to hang out, and they were looking on a map for like a grow farm like in the 70s. And, they would just be like, all right, 420. And then, they, instead of just saying, hey, I need to smoke. And then it just kind of caught on. And then one of the guys that was in that high school stoner group ended up traveling with the Grateful Dead and with like Jerry Garcia, and he heard about it. And then, they started, talking about it and, introducing it into some of the songs and some of the stuff that they had. And then it got to a point where, in the 70s and 80s, if you wanted to smoke or whatever with these group of people, instead of saying, hey, let's go smoke, or, they would just say 420. And then they would just look at each other. And then that's kind of how 420 kind of stuck at that point with those kids in California. Then, having one of them work with Jerry Garcia and the Grateful Dead, and then the rest is history. So you learn something new every day. I have it recorded. It's actually really good, man. I mean, I'm always looking at Discovery, History, and National Geographic. The show is called Growing Belushi. And obviously we know one of the Belushi brothers, Saturday Night Live, obviously died of OD. And then obviously with Jim, he, had the show on like ABC, and, he's been doing that. Obviously he did that for a little bit. And then, in the last few years, he decided to get into the hemp business and whatnot. And then they kind of follow him around, and the farm is actually in southern to eastern Oregon. It would probably be a little bit of a drive for me if I visited the farm. And then it's just trying to show like the expansion of, trying to grow his brand. But then he had to actually talk to Dan Aykroyd because they wanted to use the Blues Brothers name, with that. And, he had to get permission and, try to find these crazy seeds in like South America. And then they're just trying to expand the business. They had a fire, lost some of their plants and everything. But if you are looking for, something to watch, if you like Belushi, which I do, I think he's a really cool personality and a really good guy. And I think that you would enjoy it. But it's on season 3, and it's normally on Discovery, and it's called Growing Belushi. So I think they air episodes on Wednesdays. So Blade Runners. Let me get Blade Runners here on for you.
Stanley Cup champs trail game 5 by 2. Taves at the line. Oregon on the way back. Off the window. Safe choice. It's all the way back. No icing. They play on. Just about 6 minutes gone in this third period. Byron. On Taves.
It's like Kraken is gonna win this game. Maybe they're up 3-1. Third period, 13 minutes left. Badass Blade Runners.
I don't care what anyone says. 3-1 Seattle. Oh, that's a cheap shot, everybody.
I can't believe you brought that up, dude. Are you kidding me?
I know everything about my new furniture.
Wow. You know what's crazy about that Cyberpunk? I bet you no one knows. Like, I mean, no one knows, bro, unless you grew up in that time period or have any kind of knowledge. Unbelievable. You always seem to get me something like, where I'm not thinking that. Oh my gosh, incredible. Eddie Gilbert with the Blade Runners. Oh my God, dude. A lot of them are kind of blurry and whatnot, but still pretty fucking cool.
At Swinomish Casino and Lodge, where you can explore it all. Must be 18 to play.
Lord Stanley is calling, and the Kraken are ready to answer.
Right place, right time.
Root Sports is your home for live first-round coverage of the Stanley Cup playoffs. From pregame,
Big battle from the start.
to postgame,
Back to the game for this team.
and everything in between. There's nothing better than playoff hockey.
Oh my God. Look at this. Look at this young picture of Ultimate Warrior before he grew his hair out. Holy shit. I've never seen this. Look at this one, Cyber.
So many great moments in this series.
Wow. Look at that. It's almost like some other guy. Looks like Dan Severn from like a UFC or something. Doesn't even look like Ultimate Warrior.
His teammates absolutely love it. And here's a look at tonight's key game, key stats. NHL debut in the playoffs and scoring a goal. Last guy to do it, Colorado's Cale Makar in Calgary.
Oh, look at that. Look at all the faces of, Ultimate Warrior. He always kind of had the face paint. But obviously the ones in the middle are the ones that people remember the most, number 3 and number 4. Yeah, I'm a big fan of his. I think, and like I said, you get to see. I mean, he's had some hardships with it. He had the fire. I think his wife divorced him because he wanted to do the weed thing. You know what I mean? So it seems like anyone that's got dreams or goals, when they get to a certain age, it seems like a lot of the people give up on the partner. They're just like, well, you're going to do this, and I'm not going to support it or whatever. But I already knew that he could be successful with it, and they're trying to branch out and to go to multiple states. And the thing is, he actually has stuff that's good. So it's not like he's just doing, regular stuff, because Dan Aykroyd said, if you're going to put the Blues Brothers name, it's an iconic brand. We just can't have just the name on there and just be any other weed. It's got to be like the rarest seeds from like, South America or, Brazil, like, the stuff that's like really, oh, you just missed it. And obviously with some of the strains that they have, but it's just really cool. And he goes through the whole process of like how they do their edibles, how they do their process with the grow, meeting the other people that are involved. And one of the financial advisors on the show is Hugh Hefner's daughter. And so he kind of consults and stuff with them. And you'll see Dan Aykroyd on the show a little bit as well. But I really like him a lot. I've always liked the Belushis and everything that they've done. And I think that since the other brother, OD'd with the yayo, obviously a long time ago, he visited, obviously certain areas that have that, Colombia and everything. And obviously went where, some of the other things, that are in that certain area. But I think that he just wanted to kind of have a little bit of closure, and he wanted to do something where, he could feel that it's helping someone rather than, with the way that his brother died and whatnot. And yeah, he actually makes a trip out there, to try to find the seeds and everything. And yeah, it's interesting. Like I said, it's been on for 3 seasons, and I've watched it since a little bit of season 2 and then this season. But I would recommend it. It's a fun show to watch. It's an hour episode, and they're on season 3, and I believe it's on Wednesdays. So it's a good one. You can definitely, go through them pretty quick. Of course they have. And remember, I told you it's all about smoke. How many people lie about stuff? I mean, there's been people that, that have even talked on other programs, like even your guy, right? With Steichen saying that, a lot of the shit that you hear is 100% lies and bullshit. So just because you see it on the internet, or what someone said something, if you really like someone, you're not going to tell anybody. The people can have assumptions, but sometimes they're going to have smoke to try to act like they're not interested, but in reality, they really are. It's like the 18% test, from, that one test that he did, pretty much meaning that he's an idiot. Maybe the Colts are one of the people that let that information loose. So hoping that no one would trade up to 2 and 3, even though all along they like him and that's the guy that they want. Teams do that type of thing where it's like they try to throw a guy under the bus, but all along that's the guy that they've wanted. They've never wanted Richardson or Levis. The only reason that it's coming up is because you guys got traded up on with the Panthers, and that's what you're left with. But that's not, they don't want fucking Richardson or Levis. And if they do, it's straight up lies. They want Bryce or CJ. So like I told you, you can't always believe everything you hear. Yeah, Cyberpunk, you're that's awesome, man. You definitely know, those particular ones that even for me, I haven't heard or seen those in a long time. So $51. Let's get to a hundo. The parody of the Road Warriors. Yeah, I do see some other photos there. Yeah, and I knew that he had the pot farm, but again, I think Discovery Channel picked it up right when he started, so it kind of goes through the whole process of the idea, and they followed him of what should we name it. So when you go to season 1, season 2, it really breaks down behind the scenes with his family and the other people that are associated with the employees, and you can kind of see him traveling around the globe trying to find seeds that could be special and rare ones. And yeah, it definitely is a cool show, regardless if you like weed or not, or you like him or not. But it's very cool. And you can tell he's passionate about it. And it's just cool to be able to see people that have passion, for something, even if people don't believe in them. But as soon as I heard that he had the show, I was interested. I was like, and it's in Oregon. So it's it's here. So it's of course, yeah, I want to be able to see. Jameson in the building. How are you? Yes. They are my favorite tag teams of all time. Legion of Doom, Road Warriors. These are my absolute favorite. Nobody looked cooler than them. I mean,
and no minimum balance required. For the freedom to access your money when you need it, where you need it, with over 30,000 surcharge-free co-op network ATMs nationwide. Or simply the freedom members feel, never worrying they'll be nickel and dime for their own money. So join BECU. All Washington.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
BECU, power in people.
They love to hate on your boy.
Seattle 3-1 up in Denver, and it's time to make your guess in the Watch Your Win.
Let's go, Kraken. Sorry about your loss with the Lakers. Hopefully they'll be able to bounce back. It's a tough series. Like I said, the Grizzlies, Lakers, you knew that one could be interesting. The Kings and the Warriors could be interesting. And with all the moves that the Lakers made at the trade deadline, it shows that they can hang with almost anybody. But at some point, if they don't get proper help with bench production, it could be the end, But I feel that they've been in almost every game that they've played. Look at this collage. Oh, this one's cool. Yeah, it sucks that both of them are gone. And then if you recognize the last name, his son went to Ohio State and made the NFL. I don't know how long he was in there or whatnot, but his son actually was a pretty good football player. I mean, obviously from the old school days, AWA, WCW, and then obviously in the WWF. But, lots of pills and drugs and drinking, for Hawk on the left. And, that was a tough time, and he passed away. And then Animal on the right passed away after that, obviously in 2020. But, Hawk has been gone for a long time. Love those guys. Spikes, face paint, cool moves. I mean, obviously you got guys like the Bushwhackers that, they never really won a whole lot or anything, but I still have those memories of them when I was a kid, but nothing will ever compare to this, to me. I mean, game changer. You know, there's a reason why the Georgia Bulldogs and, you know, obviously took the whole concept of the colors and the spikes, and you have their fans, you know, wearing the gear in the front row, but it's a cheap version, like a Wish version of the, you know, the shoulder pads and the, you know, obviously screw in, you know, plates that they have. Oh, wow. Congratulations with that. Awesome. Beer Money Inc. 3-1 Kraken with 8:30 left. I can't believe the Kraken is going to maybe win this series. So everything is best of 7, right, Sarah? In every round for NHL? Beer Money Inc. You are crazy. Beer Money Inc. Motor City Machine Guns versus Beer Money Inc. Oh my God.
Every other day like this. You go all the way, it's 2 months. Now, Eric Johnson moved them all. Rodriguez, Jack Johnson. Under 8 minutes left in regulation time. Big stuff. Under some
Nice. I saw that. Congratulations with that, bro. Too many 3-pointers. Yeah. And plus, like I said, even with the John Morant, you know, being hurt, it shows you that, you know, they do have enough talent, you know, to even beat a team that was kind of hot going into the playoffs. Like, I think a lot of people are rooting for the Lakers, even if you don't like them, to beat the Grizzlies, because they're kind of like the new hated team in the NBA, you know, with Dylan Brooks and John Morant. But funny thing is, you know, with Dylan Brooks, you know, talking all that shit, and then, you know, not, you know, wanting to comment or talk shit. It's like, you can't just be big bad, talk shit about everybody, and then all of a sudden you lose a game, and then you don't want to talk to anyone. You know, you got to keep it consistent and real. And that's why Dame called him out on Twitter. You can't be like, he is him and I'm the guy, and all of a sudden you know, have a fucking identity crisis and you can't say anything. So I'd be shocked if Dylan Brooks is even on the team next year. They'll probably move on from him. Like I said, sometimes it's better to be a little humble instead of trying to be a wannabe gangster with him and John Morant, especially when both of them grew up in, you know, not hostile environments. You know what I mean? It's like Eminem when he has his little rap battle and he finds out Clarence was at a private school and fucking absolutely destroys him. You know, everything will end up coming out too at some point or another. You know, if you're trying to act hood, you know, and pretend that you're from the hood, even though you grew up rich or well off, you know, people will find out. It's crazy. If you go back and look at pictures of Dylan Brooks and John Morant, they don't look anything like they did, you know, obviously now, and their behavior is nowhere near what it was. You know, obviously, you know, they were both, you know, good basketball players, but this attitude, you know, being the ultimate heel, but also taking it to like a step further that they don't have to. Now you're probably the most hated. Like, those might be the two most hated players in the NBA right now. And John Morant actually has skills. Dylan Brooks, even though he's from Oregon, not so much. I don't even want to claim him as an Oregon Duck because we don't teach you to act like a douchebag on the next level. So anyone that wants to claim Dylan Brooks, go right ahead, but I'm not going to. Like, he didn't act that way at fucking Oregon, so I don't know why he's acting that way now. I don't know if it's Bane or Jaw or just the team itself, you know, them just being overly cocky, but it's not working for them. So. Right, but most people can't. I actually have not watched too much of Beer Money Inc., but I know this one right here, the Motor City Machine Guns versus Beer Money Inc. I guess it just depends if you watched Impact or if you watched other, you know, federations other than, or TNA. You know, if you watched Impact or TNA, or if you didn't, because if you didn't watch Impact or TNA at all, you probably have no idea about some of these things that we're talking about. But very cool, man. And I'm interested to see what Naomi does in her first match for Impact. It's just a one-match thing, but if it goes well, I mean, I think it might lead to something else. Of course, I would love her to, figure out what she's going to do. And it sounds like, with Mercedes Moné, Sasha Banks will probably never go back to WWE, it sounds like, and she might move to Japan and do NJPW stuff and AEW, maybe crossover stuff at some point. But I don't think either one is going to be coming back to WWE. Right. And that's the thing. A lot of people, I think people that are truly like, who they are and they back it up, whether you don't like Draymond or not, but if he's going to talk, you know what I mean? Like he backs it up. But, you can't talk and average like 5 points a game and, act like you're averaging 40. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to talk shit, you know what I mean? But when you're talking shit and you're not even really that good of a player, you're like a role player that's indispensable. Like you could go to any team and be there. And then if you left, no one would care. Like you're not that great of a player. Like, I mean, what are we talking about? Like 5 to 15 points a game, couple assists, couple rebounds. I mean, some games non-existent and all you're doing is fouling and talking shit. I mean, I don't really think he's that good of a player. So, but that's absolutely true. But you know that some people can handle it and some people can't, But eventually karma will find its way, because if you want to talk like you want the smoke all the time and then you play like shit or you get beat and then you can't back it up or take accountability, that's what a punk ass bitch does. And there's quite a few punk ass bitches in sports, right? So.
This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to
Yeah, was that your memory as a kid? He roasted you from like way far away. Yeah, and then he said, I didn't think it was funny anymore. Yeah. I know, isn't that crazy, Matt? I know a lot of people don't know what that is. Yeah, it's crazy. And then what about Vince McMahon with all the new, I mean, it seems like it never ends with all the allegations of, I mean, if we went and watched the Attitude Era with all the things that they did, but now they're starting to come up with another lawsuit where they're, trying to have people say lines like Bianca Belair to be more ghetto, and they're making wrestlers say certain things that they don't want to say, and obviously pushing the boundaries. There's been a lot of other things that have come out into the light within the last couple of days. And another storyline of, one person, being like a Caucasian wrestler, trying to be a hunter and trying to hunt down an African-American wrestler as like a gimmick or theme. I mean, the stuff that they did, and obviously some of the stuff that Vince shows from back in the Attitude Era kind of makes you feel that he's a little racist, with the stuff that he's, done with Sabu, like the Taliban shit, the Osama bin Laden, and all the shit that is fucked up in life. The shit that shouldn't be a gimmick. If you go, I mean, they're getting crazy now about the stuff, but the only reason they're making a big deal is because of the board members and the deal with UFC or whoever they're partnered with. But if you go back and look at the shit that they did, not necessarily so much in the 80s, but the Attitude Era, there is so much stuff that was inappropriate and fucked up that they got away with that they should be fucking ashamed of themselves, really, with everything. And I get it with certain Kyles and Karens, they're going to get upset now. But I mean, if you have really been watching wrestling, this shit has been going on for a long time. And the only reason people are getting crazy about it is because it's the higher ups and it's all about money and TV time and stocks and, being appropriate now, since you're, merging, because they used to be a private company, so they could get away with anything they fucking wanted, but it's just crazy on the stuff that these little gimmicks and stuff of racism or sexism or, trying to make someone look a certain way and, play a fucking stereotype or whatever. I don't know. It's just, yeah. I mean, we already know that Vince is fucking a dirtbag, you know what I mean? That obviously money, power, and, trying to take advantage of the female wrestlers and female people in the company just because he's Vince McMahon. I mean, there's so much stuff that he's probably done that we have even no idea about. Only a fraction of the shit that has got leaked of what he's done and then the payouts that he's tried to pay out. It's like Trump and Stormy Daniels, just trying to pay people off and go away. Oh, Colorado with the empty net. Oh, 3-2. Colorado firing back. They just got a goal. 3:37 left, but Avalanche are still down by 1. You were like 17 or 18. The fabulous ones. Oh, absolutely. Or remember back when they had guys that used to do the power bomb to the girls? Like you can't even do that shit anymore. You know, like Dudley Boys and stuff, and they'd have like Stacy Keebler or whoever, you know, even though she was linked with the Dudleys. But you remember like all that crazy shit that was like in ECW and WWF and WCW. There's so much shit that they couldn't even think about getting away with now. That's facts. But there'll be more lawsuits and more shit that comes up. But again, I mean, we only know like 1% of the 99% of other shit that's been covered up or that we have no idea about. The fabulous ones. The fabulous ones got crazy. Oh my God. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff, man. Some of these outfits that these guys are wearing. Oh my goodness. They got like the Chippendale dancer kind of look to them. I can't even believe you brought them up, dude. That's awesome. Like I said, you're like the only one that will go deep like that with, you know, like I said, because like some of them I'm familiar with, some I'm not, and some I know a little bit, but it's just cool to be able to have you bring it up, man. All right, I got to delete a few. It says I got too much. It's like, oh, dog, you got way too much photos. Delete some. Okay, I will. The bad guy. 3-2 Avalanche down by 1. 2:50 left in the third period.
Seattle. Series tied at 2, game 6. Friday night in Seattle. Here comes McKinnon. Pulling away from goal. Through the center zone. He'll get it deep. Anderson back first. Shouldered by McKinnon. Played off the glass support. It spindles all the way back down. Will get
Memphis, Tennessee.
7 left in regulation.
They definitely had like the Chippendale kind of look. But anytime I think of like the Chippendale stuff, then I think of like Chris Farley in the Saturday Night Live skit with like Patrick Swayze. Yeah. Like I said, I think that's one of the best advantages of this channel. And I know when I don't stream, you know, like I said, it's a good way to communicate. And, you know, when you end up having tough days, you know, sometimes just being able to express, you know, what you're going through, and that a lot of people are, you know, going through things, you know, like sometimes it gets really dark for me. You know, it's like, I didn't really have depression when I was in my teens or my 20s. Like I'm 40 right now, even though I don't look it, but like, I really didn't get a lot of like the depression, anxiety, or have like kind of like maybe suicidal kind of thoughts or like dark images in my brain. You know, I wasn't really feeling, you know, these, you know, dark feelings. You know, it's a lot of it has happened within the last, I would say maybe 5 years, you know, and obviously when COVID hit, you know, that was a tough time for everyone, especially if you're a social person, and then not being able to do Thanksgiving or Christmas with my family. That was tough. And, you know, not really spending time with a whole lot of people. And even to this day, I mean, there's not a whole lot of people that I hang around with. I mean, you know, my boy Justin that I went to Seattle with for a couple Cardinals games, and then Preston, and that's pretty much it. All right, we got 26 seconds left here. Avalanche on the move. Come on, Kraken. Hang on, Kraken. Good defense by Seattle. 14 seconds left. Come on, Seattle. I can't believe I'm rooting for fucking Seattle in hockey, but I guess I am. Yeah, we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah! And Seattle wins on the road. Kraken up 3-2 in the series. Unbelievable. It's your second year, and you're one victory away from beating the Avalanche, a team that won the Stanley Cup last year. Unbelievable. Nice job. Yeah, and like I said, I feel it's important for me to be able to be real and be genuine and be able, even though it might be hard for people to hear, but I know I'm not the only one. Like I said, sometimes, you can have depression and, anxiety. And then for me, I live in Oregon. So it's like if I go to the dispensary, that's one thing that when I got into my deep, like, 2-3 weeks, in bed, not going outside, not exercising, not eating well, you got to make sure that you're, doing something to be able to kind of change things. And I think that if I would have, had edibles, or if I would have smoked some J's or from the dispensary and just had even a little bit, I wouldn't have been in that deep funk. The more sober you are with your own thoughts when you're not in a good space, not saying that you have to just go crazy and get drunk and blacked out, but at least for us here in Oregon, with the dispensary stuff, I feel it helps the most out of anything. You can do the beer and you can do the liquor, but I feel the overall feeling after, it's not the same. But I feel like if you get into a jam and you do feel that you're in a low spot, if you're able to go to a dispensary in your state, and be able to buy something, you would be surprised, after you have all these nasty bad thoughts. And then if you're able to, have a pre-roll or have a gummy and then let it sink in, things typically get better. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that you have to be a complete pothead or stoner, but it does help, and, obviously getting outside and exercising with Paisley and, trying to listen to music and obviously talking about it and, being able to express how you feel. Cause a lot of times people don't want to talk about how they feel, whether it's depression, anxiety, or if they feel they're, in a dark place and they're suicidal. It's like they don't want to say anything, especially if you're a guy. Girls, might be able to be a little bit more open to talk to their girlfriends or family. But normally with guys, it's like they're not going to talk about fucking anyone. They're going to isolate themselves. You're going to fucking sit there and watch TV or movies and, eat and music, but you might just isolate yourself, and girls too. And then you just don't say anything, and it gets worse and worse and worse. And then at some point you cry, and then you just hope that, you have the right people in your life to be there for you. But some people are horrible communicators and they have no idea what you're going through, or they don't care. And you have to be able to find your way out on your own. And sometimes that can be really difficult. And there's a lot of times where people, they give up on themselves and life, and they just feel that no one cares. And it's a tough situation. So, and things have gotten deeper and darker for me. Like I said, and it's kind of a difficult thing to talk about, but I feel that, if I'm able to talk about it, it's like, yeah, just because, I got this YouTube thing going and everything. Oh, your life is great. You got this and you got that. But, if you don't really understand what's going on, necessarily maybe off stream or what's going on. I mean, everyone handles things a little bit differently, but also just being able to talk about it definitely helps me. And I know that if I was going through something really, really deep and then I wasn't able to talk about it on here, this is a form of therapy, I feel, for not only me, but for a lot of you guys, being able to open up and being able to kind of express yourself, even though I can't FaceTime you on here necessarily, even though I can have people hop on, obviously, with the link and whatnot. But, just being able to open up and talk about that you're not okay, takes a lot of bravery, and a lot of people, just aren't willing to be able to open up, but they need to, especially if you're a guy and you're going through it, because like I said, most guys are just going to keep it bottled in. And that's almost the worst thing that you can do. Because if you keep it bottled in, what that ultimately means is at some point or another, you're going to blow up on someone that's good in your life when they're just trying to ask you a question, or they're just trying to, ask you something normal. And then you're going to blow up on someone that doesn't deserve to be blown up on. You're going to yell at them, scream at them, and make a big scene, even though they might not understand what's going on, or you might hurt yourself or do something worse. So it's always good to be able to try to get help. And if you're not willing to go to a therapist or call a number, at least being able to talk to people that you feel comfortable with is a good start. And obviously that's why I feel I'm a good mental health advocate, because I'm going through it. I've been going through it for the last, 3 to 5 years, and it's fucking terrible, and if any time you don't see me on stream, chances are I'm probably going through it, because I can't fake and just put on a fake smile like a lot of Twitch streamers and YouTube streamers and just be like, I'm going to pretend smile, be fake, and act like everything's okay when it's not. It's like I wear my heart on my sleeve and I feel I'm very genuine and honest. And if I'm doing good, you're going to know it. When I'm not, you're going to know it. I feel this, the transparency is something that people need, and it's not what you normally get. Like I even talked to Marcos today, and he's going through it too. He's not with his baby mama anymore, and she's trying to kind of keep the kids away from him, and he's kind of in a dark place. But I want to make sure that we're not going to go to the extreme and hurt ourselves or do something worse. Sometimes you just need to be able to express yourself. And I've had quite a few people, Marcos, Odin's son, and a lot of people that, are going through like a depression or anxiety. And, they've told me that, if I don't do what I'm doing, that they don't know if they can keep going, and sometimes, being able to watch me or, me be able to grind and, them being able to go somewhere and talk is, save them. And that means a lot, what I mean? That at least I can be a positive influence, for a couple people if things are going dark, that at least that they know that I'm still going with all the circumstances that I'm going through, that, if I can do it, that they can keep going too. And that's kind of a crazy feeling, knowing that even though I'm sometimes living in my own hell, that at least I know I'm making a difference for some of y'all. So, but, if you, like I said, I feel like I'm, very honest, very genuine, not fake. And I feel I'm the most accessible, streamer on YouTube. There's not a lot of people that can be accessed or that will actually care and try to get to know each person. But I feel I am that way, and I've always been that way. Miracle Violence Connection. I don't even think I've even heard of that. Jameson with a $5. Thank you, Jameson. Let me get this on here real quick, and I'll get into the dono here for you. Miracle Violence Connection. Very cool. Kraken, baby. Very cool. And I think a lot of people are rooting for Seattle too. It's not just like, they're the expansion team, but I think a lot of people are like, they really enjoy, what the Kraken are doing. It's like, they're not just there, but they're actually contributing, and they're actually a threat. It's not like, oh, they're just a team and they're going to get bounced in the first round. And, they got a long ways to go. Like, this team looks like they can go on a deep run. And even if they don't do it this year, it's kind of exciting to see. Yeah, we miss you too, man. And I do appreciate you and Sarah and Cyberpunk. You three, definitely go the extra distance. You know what I mean? Like, even when, you normally when you're here, you'll be able to retweet on Twitter, and, doing those little things matters. There's people on my Facebook. I deleted 300 out of like the 500 friends because I just got tired of people, spying on me and never supporting me. And so it's just always nice, like Cyberpunk sometimes will like and retweet even if he can't be there. And I know you two also do it as well. And it would be nice if I could get the other mods to do it also. So like, even if they're not here, they could still make a difference with their followers, and do that. But again, I can't force anyone to do something that they don't want to do, but just the simple fact of going, the extra distance, those little things, that's what matters. It really shows who cares and who doesn't. So I appreciate you very much, man. $5 holla, bang, 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 boom, 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 bang, bang. I appreciate you. And it sounds like Holly's situation slowly but surely is getting a little bit better. And I think that her mental health would be much better if she was here on a daily basis, even if she wasn't donating, just for the energy that she brings. But I know she's been going through a lot of ups and downs, in the last few months, like myself, and obviously dealing with, things with the, job and all the other stuff that's going on in her life. And like I said, I just feel that the more that the goats can be here together, we can help uplift each other. But if you just don't come around anymore, it's, we're still going to reach out, because I know me and Sarah Jameson, I know you still reach out to her just like I do as well. And sometimes, you just need to be able to go somewhere where it feels like home, where you don't feel that you're feeling threatened, you can just be yourself, and you can kind of get an uplift in your life, And so sometimes I, kind of wish that, instead of her not being here, that she would be here, regardless if she could donate or not, or if we can get a little bit more out of Shep or Chief or some of the others, because that's really the main thing. It's like, we're going to be able to have people come in and we're going to have goats, but having the goats and more of them in the room together would be better. And then that could lead to getting more people coming through as well. And I know a lot of people are going through a lot of different things, just like myself. But I feel as far as the mental health side of it, I mean, if you come here, there's a good chance that things can be better rather than not coming here. And that's facts. So I appreciate you, Jameson. And like I said, I always recognize every little thing that every single person does on this channel. And, Jameson, Sarah, Cyber, I notice it and I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Yes, thank you. $56. Let's get to a hundo. Yeah, big win. And I'm going to start watching them. Like I said, I guess, I don't have a hockey team, you know what I mean? But obviously I'm not a Seahawk, but obviously I'm very hardcore with the Mariners and whatnot. And obviously if I am going to start rooting, for one, regardless if they do good or they do shitty, it will be the Kraken, but it'll probably take me having to go to a game first to really adopt them as my team, to really get that energy. And then once I go there with my buddy Justin, then moving on from that point on, then, but I don't know, maybe I'll, at some point or another, maybe I'll do some Kraken games if I feel that, we have an audience for that at some point. So, but they are exciting. I do like their uniforms. They are likable. And I feel that a lot of people enjoy watching them play. It's kind of like, you wouldn't think an expansion team is this exciting to watch, but it kind of gives me Jacksonville Jaguar vibes when they first came in the league, where you were like, ooh, this is kind of special. And then they made like the AFC championship game in like the second year with Brunell. And obviously they haven't, had the success of like Super Bowl championships or anything, but this Kraken team is legit. And I'm very happy that they're here in the Northwest. All right, let's try to look at some Miracle Violence Connection. I don't even know if I know who this is until I look at the picture. Steve Williams. Oh my gosh. Steve Williams and Terry Gordy. Holy shit. And Giannis isn't playing, correct? Or is he? Is Giannis playing in the game? Parts of your team's execution, do you think freaking Kraken. Unbelievable. Dr. Death, Steve Williams. Oh my God. I remember Dr. Death, but I don't think I remember watching this. This might be before my time, or on maybe a network. Because remember, when I was poor, when I was young, I was poor, so I didn't have cable. I had to have people VHS record shows for me and whatnot. All right, let me go to the games, I guess, since it's on. All right, hold on. All right, hockey's over. All right, what channel are we talking? What's it do for the... All right, NBA TV post-game show. It's not that, so it's got to be like ESPN, I would assume, is Wednesday. TNT's tomorrow. God, I wish the Mariners would have won. What channel is this on? Is it TNT, ESPN? Or maybe it's TNT. Here we go. All right, I'm on it now. Well, I got Golden State 113, Sacramento 110. I'll watch this. This is the one that I would want to watch, I think. This to me is one of the best series, Eastern or Western. But obviously, if Giannis gets hurt and then Embiid gets hurt, that opens the door for Boston to go all the way easily. 115, 110 Golden State. It's on TNT if you want to watch along. And I really like Sacramento. I know they're young, but they have been a top 3 seed all year. But again, when you're going against a team with Curry and Clay and Draymond and Kerr, sometimes they could be not as good, but they step up in the playoffs and have that experience. So even though they might be a 6 seed, the Warriors could make the finals again. I mean, it is possible. You know, because like I said, you got teams like Denver, kind of unproven, even though they're very good with the Joker. You got Sacramento, unproven, first time they've been good in 15 or 16 years. And then you got a team with Memphis, which, you know, with Dylan Brooks and John Morant, even though he's hurt. And then that's kind of a thing that they've been getting better and better, but they've been getting kind of hurt at the wrong time. What a shot by Clay right there. And Jimmy Butler has been playing fantastic. Oh, Giannis is playing 38 points, even though injured. Wow. They can't afford to lose this game. I mean, they're already up 3-1. Did the Heat just win? 128, 126. It's over. The Heat advance, right? Is that what just happened? The Bucks season is over. I thought the Bucks were winning the championship, but that's what happens when you get hurt. When you get hurt and Giannis didn't play, you know, in the couple of those games, that's what hurt him. You know what I mean? The Heat took advantage. Jimmy played well, and that's heartbreaking. But that's the thing about being a Packer fan, a Buck fan, a Brewer fan. At least you can be happy about that now. But a lot of misery as a Packer fan, a lot of misery as a Wisconsin Badger fan, right? Now misery with the Bucks, you know, after being one of the best teams all year, and an injury coming at the worst possible time, just like with Embiid. And you have a team that's hungry. Jimmy got hot at the right time, and bye-bye Bucks. So, I mean, that opens the door. And like I said, we thought it was going to be more than likely Boston or Milwaukee if they could stay healthy. Milwaukee can't stay healthy. Sixers can't stay healthy. So it really, you know, opens the door for Boston to win it all. And again, Boston versus Phoenix, Boston versus Sacramento, Boston versus Golden State. That would be good ratings for the NBA, especially if it ends up being like Warriors and Boston. But I don't know if we're going to get that again. Sacramento and Boston would be interesting, but I don't know if they can even get past this team. But I like Sacramento a lot. And then Denver is the most likely team to make it because they're a defense rebounding team. And I think people sleep on Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., and all the other supporting cast members. But, oh, wow. Well, I imagine we're going to hear a lot of whining and crying and complaining from the Bucks fans who are Packer fans about Giannis. So I imagine we might have people hop in here or message me on Twitter or Instagram on how much their life sucks being a Wisconsin fan, but I don't know what to tell you. At least you got the Brewers now, but you're not going to be able to have winners for everything. I mean, traditionally, Wisconsin loses in the Rose Bowl. You got your championship with Giannis, so at least you got it out of the way. The Packers are a team that chokes every year, so at least you got the Brewers, I guess, now, and maybe the Brewers can make a deep run and maybe make a deep run in the playoffs, but that would be rough having those four teams as your favorite teams because you're going to end up being a petty, bitter, angry person if you're a fan of those four teams. That is facts. And even though you've gotten some championships out of those teams, they're far and few between based on the talent that they have. So there you go. Miami Heat win the series. Milwaukee fans are not in a good headspace, I'll tell you that. And then tomorrow, I wish we didn't have 4 games again. I wish we had like 3 or 2 so we could have some tomorrow. But then the Celtics play tomorrow against the Hawks, but we're going to be doing the NFL draft. And then on Friday, it's Kings, Warriors, Grizzlies, Lakers. And then Saturday, Suns, Nuggets, Hawks, Celtics. And then Sunday, Lakers, Grizzlies, Warriors, Kings, Heat. Heat Bucks is already over. So. But again, if Giannis didn't get hurt, they're not winning that. I think everyone knows that. So injuries can, derail you. That's facts. $119, $114. Seems like the depth and the basketball IQ for the Warriors might be able to put them, on top. This could go 7 games, though. I think everyone knows that. 2-2, 1-1-1, But this is the game that you wanted to be able to win if you're Sacramento at home, and then you had Curry with an and one. This one's over. 3-2, Golden State will be up. and then the next game will be in Golden State. So this series is over. After this game, the Golden State will win at home, and they'll win the series 4-2. Good for Sacramento, though, but they're just too young. But they had some good pieces, and they'll be back next year. But sometimes experience, will lead you further, even though Sacramento was the better team all year, but they don't have Steph, they don't have Clay, they don't have Draymond, and they don't have Kerr. And when you have those guys in the playoffs, sometimes they can raise their level of play because they've been there and they've done that. And the Kings are the new, guy on the block. And for them to be able to go all the way to the Western Finals or win a couple rounds, we thought maybe they could win this round. But again, this was probably the toughest team to match up with right away. You probably would want to match up with anybody but the Warriors in the first round, and that's what happened. So, well, Dr. Death Gordy. I mean, have you noticed that, though? A lot of the fans of those four teams are bitter and salty, and, they just, I don't know. After a while, for me, I mean, like, not every Packer fan is annoying to me, you know what I mean? Or, like, I get it with the Wisconsin Badgers. And normally Bucks fans aren't really that whiny or anything like that. And then obviously with the Brewers, they've gone through the good, the bad, and the ugly, and good for them being like a top three. But, for the talent that they've had and with the quarterbacks that they've had in that fan base, I guess maybe they get what they deserve. If you're not willing to grow the team the proper way and, give Rodgers the proper, help when he needed it, there's a reason why he only had one Super Bowl with Brett and one with Aaron, when you could have probably had two with Brett and maybe two with Aaron, but, it's not always Aaron's fault, but a lot of times the fans stood up for him when it was his fault. So, I don't know. For me, I don't know. The pettiness and the bitterness, it gets old. People complaining over and over. It never changes. It's like it's a different complaint same year, or it's a different complaint new year. I mean, what do you expect when you're owned by the people? It's not going to go well. You got to actually have an owner. And Golden State is money at home too, so. All right, no problem. All right, Cyberpunk, you still in the building? I'm not sure if he's in the building still or not. Are you still here? All right, I appreciate you. We'll do the NFL draft tomorrow, and we'll see what kind of turnout we have. Hopefully we'll have some people come and hang out as we go through the draft, and I will probably do day 1 and day 2. I don't know if I'll do day 3 when we have all those picks on Saturday. There might be something else I do, like, I don't know, baseball or something else. I don't know. We'll see, but more than likely we'll do day 1 and then rounds 2 and 3. I do enjoy, those first 3 rounds. I do enjoy the third day, but to stream it, I don't know. It's kind of a long process with all those picks, and most people don't even know the names of 99% of the people in rounds 4 through 7. So we'll see. But yeah, we'll probably do the draft tomorrow for the first round, and then Friday for rounds 2 and 3.
Warriors have won 14 of their last 15 home games, including the 2 in this series.
Jimmy Butler, man. Good for him and his legacy.
With the Warriors. He had 4 with 20 or more points, including Draymond Green, who had 21. So now it is the Warriors who can send the Kings home. Draymond Green will join us, but our studio will have that as we kick it back to Ernie Johnson in our Atlanta studio. Stand by for Draymond Green.
Oh, Draymond will be on his podcast here in a little bit. All right, well, we're 3 hours and 43 minutes in. I mean, at this point, I don't know how much longer that you guys want to go for. If you guys want to go for another like 15 or 16 minutes to make it a clean 4 hours. If there's anything that you guys, oh, you're going to be, oh, I was going to say, I was thinking that you probably were going to go. Awesome, man. Congratulations, being able to go. And then, like I said, I'll be grinding it out. So whenever you can come through and say hi and whatnot, or if you want to, send me a picture, you should probably send me some pictures if you can. I don't know how much alcohol is going to be consumed and where you're going to be, but if you got any pictures while you're there, obviously Jameson's going to be there as well. I assume maybe even Holly will try to be going to that. There'll be quite a few people trying to go there and whatnot. So is there anything else that you guys want to be able to see here before we go? But you guys let me know kind of what you are thinking. But we can, we can go for another 15 minutes if you guys want to, look at any of the prospects, anything on that end. If you guys want to look at some more wrestling photos, I mean, I'm cool with whatever you guys want. Or if you guys just want to end the stream now, it's kind of up to you guys on what you guys are thinking. I mean, it's 9:45 my time, but for a lot of y'all, it's 11:45 or 12:45. So.
Great coaching staff. They have incredible players. De'Aaron Fox, Monk is playing out of this world. Sabonis, we know he's an all-star. So we knew it would be tough. But
I appreciate that, Matt. The Blackjacks.
You kind of leave that like, man, those playoffs are started. It's been a tough game. So we knew the series.
I mean, we might as well go for another 15. Just make it a clean 4 hours.
I got to ask you a question. When you got suspended, do you think that it eventually ended up helping you guys because Steve started playing more than younger guys? I don't think it necessarily helped from the perspective of playing younger guys. I think number one, it band us together, and then we found some things that worked. Detroit being in the start lineup, and what that did for our offense. So we definitely thought we found stuff. So not necessarily from a playing guy standpoint, but definitely bringing this group together. Everybody had to rally together, and we was able to take game 3. You know what, Draymond, I'm going to take you back to All-Star Weekend. I asked you a question on the air about taking shots and taking the open.
What's up, bro? It's part about being a fan of those teams, Packers, Brewers, Badgers, Bucks. It's not always going to turn out the way that you want, but at least the Brewers are good this year. So at least you got that, and anytime, you have an injury to Giannis or Embiid, most people thought Boston was going to go all the way anyways, and they kind of opened the door with the Giannis injury and Embiid. So, I mean, if anyone's not 100%, even though you could say he choked, but I mean, probably shouldn't have even been out there, right? That's what I'm saying, man. Because a lot of the fans are petty and bitter. And I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? With the teams that you root for, at least, Packer fans can be bitter and petty. Obviously with the Bucks now, with this happening, but at least you got a championship out of it, and Badgers give you some pain from time to time. You know what I mean? Getting to the Rose Bowl and maybe not winning, but at least the Brewers, 1 out of 4 ain't bad. You can't have all 4 teams be great all the time. It's just not realistic, to have all 4 teams be elite. But yeah, tough pill to swallow. But once Giannis got hurt, I mean, I think that was kind of a sign that maybe this is not the year. And on top of that, having someone like Jimmy go off, that probably was not expected. But if Giannis stays healthy, they win the series. He got hurt, and unfortunately, that's what happens, man. All the UFOs. This isn't the Blackjacks, but the Midnight Express just came up. I know you'll get a kick out of that. Yeah, but I think a lot of it has to do with your guys' fan base and how you guys talk to each other and all the things that go on, game in and game out. Obviously, with teams being competitive And then when you have heartbreaking losses and then the fans not knowing how to react to that and then not being like positive and being negative, then it just turns into this like clusterfuck of fans that everyone's negative all the time and petty and bitter. And, you know, and then it kind of resonates to the other people that see, you know, those people rooting for those teams. But at least on this end, you know, that you've already won a championship with the Honest. It's not going to happen this year. And at least the Brewers are good. So at least you're going to have one thing that you weren't expecting to happen this year. You probably were expecting maybe to go all the way with the Bucks. Didn't happen with the injuries. It's not like Giannis played bad. At least it was an injury that held you guys back, not bad play. So even though, you know, it went to this particular distance, you know, and you already know what you're going to get out of Wisconsin. So there's no reason to be mad about them. And then with the Packers, you don't have an owner. So if you don't have an owner, you don't have stability. Everything gets voted on the board, and it's going to be very hard to win championships when you don't have any structure. And when you don't have structure, you make mistakes, you pick the wrong people, and you have guys, you know, like Aaron Rodgers that didn't get the proper support, you know, when needed, and also didn't get the proper blame when he was there, which a lot of times it was his fault, but the Packer fans wanted to, you know, pretty much support him and act like it wasn't his fault. You know, and again, defense was an issue, special teams was an issue, but a lot of times Aaron was the issue, but I think a lot of fans didn't want to admit that. So tough, man, but at least you got the Brewers, bro.
A rebel took to the streets. He recruited others to join him. They roamed the hood and challenged authority. Community leaders feared them. Religious leaders abhorred them. We have to get them off the streets.
Blackjacks, new Blackjacks, all the Blackjacks.
Spreading hate and terror. They were spreading love.
The old school, the new school.
It is inside the NBA presented by Kia. Chuckster, I got 12:51 here on the East.
Wow, look at that photo.
We know your clock works right at the same time. Well, you and I are right there together, man. Hey, you know what? Yeah. Stole that remark to you, by the way. Hey,
Brain Buster, that's a good one. Well, they didn't want him back. You know what I mean? So. And then it was kind of funny for him to be like, well, I want to go to a team that actually can win a championship. You ain't winning no fucking championship with the fucking Jets. That's some dumb shit to say. But, of course, the fan base is going to get excited. But the same thing that happened with Brett Favre when he went, you know, there might be a little bit of magic, but you can only expect so much, you know. And for them to, you know, go to an AFC championship game while he's there is very unlikely in the AFC. You know, realistically, they might have a chance maybe 1 year where they maybe go to the playoffs, maybe, but it's not like they're going to do anything. You know, I mean, I got it. You got Breece Hall, you got Sauce Gardner, you got Garrett Wilson. I mean, you got guys, but again, you know, he had guys in Green Bay too, you know, and the Jets have issues with their defense and their O-line. So, yeah, I don't think it's really going to come out to anything on the Jets side.
The halftime score, Golden State with the lead. Fox again get 24 on the night. OC Jordan Poole straight down the avenue there. 76-68. Look up. And then in transition. Curry. He takes up Steph and Doc. 78-70.
I love it.
Wiggins, tough angle. Buries it.
This one's got Jim Cornette and Bobby the Brain Heenan in it. I mean, if he couldn't do it with Green Bay, he ain't doing it in fucking in New York. Because remember how excited everyone went at Favre? You know, obviously when he was, you know, when he made the run with Minnesota, that was one thing, but then the Jets, I mean, too old at that point.
So it was 107-103. Draymond trying to explain his case. Wiggins.
I mean, even if Brett went to San Fran, I don't know if that would be good enough even for them to go over the hump. Now, if they get like a Lamar, for Trey Lance, then I think that they could win a Super Bowl. But I don't think you can win a Super Bowl necessarily with Aaron Rodgers on San Fran at this point in his career. I mean, it's possible, maybe, but I don't think Aaron's got that much left, honestly. And it also depends if they have an O-line, which the Jets do not. So good luck with that to see how that works. He's going to get sacked a lot, and he'll probably age a lot by the time the season is over. But it's the only team that really wants him, so. Yeah, he went back to his college number with Cal, number 8.
123-116. The Warriors take a 3-2 series lead and go back home, where they were 33-8 and 2-0 in this series for what could be an exciting Game 6 on Friday. Kenny, this was magnificent.
As the Golden State Warriors keep going into the playoffs, they're going to get better. And so even if it's a Game 7.
Yeah, Warriors could make the finals. Warriors, Boston would probably be the best option for ratings. Or Phoenix.
Junior playing again.
Ooh, that's a cool one.
He wasn't playing for long periods of time. They were trying to figure out what their rotation would be. We were trying to see.
Cyberpunk, you were a fucking blessing, dude. I can't explain to you, what it means, man. Like I said, if I have to end up getting, a part-time job at some point, for a day or 2 days or 3 days a week to make ends meet. But in the meantime, you always are going to look out for me, and I appreciate that. And obviously everything is a choice on what you do, and when you do it. And you don't have to do anything, but you decide to believe in me and take care of me, even when, maybe others will not. So I appreciate you. Cyberpunk with a 44. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. After already doing a 50, you're a godsend for me, man. Like I said, when my mental health is at an all-time low and things get tough, it makes me feel good to know that you got me, man. I appreciate you. Bang, 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 boom, 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 bang, bang. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. What do you want to see here at the very, very end? I appreciate you, Cyber, more than you know. Thank you. Always going above and beyond and stepping up for, others that aren't here, or others that are. And I appreciate you, man, very, very much. What do you got? Do you got anybody else here that you wanted me to be able to throw up for you? Any type of random tag team or anything that you want me to find? Appreciate you, man.
For taking 2 months off looks damn good. Longer they play together, you got Gary Payton Jr. out there doing the stuff that people's not talking about. You got 2 or 3 key offensive rebounds.
I mean, if it wasn't for Cyber, I mean, who knows what I would be mentally wise. That's the honest truth. Thank you, man.
I think this will go to 7 games. You realize you have some company on that list of 30-point games in the playoffs. 5 of them. Steph Curry's 55th tonight. He is now tied with you for 8th place all time. Well, as long as I'm next to the great Steph Curry, I'm happy. Hey, Artie, hey, what do you have on the list? I don't know. Here we go again. We got to find Charles over this. Find Charles over this. What's the point you want to make?
I got another one. Headbangers. We haven't had headbangers on here in a while.
I just want to know what your little posted thing yet. Oh, no. I'll get to that. I didn't even mention the guaranteed blowout by you. Okay.
Mosh.
You're waiting for it right here. Yeah, this.
Headbangers.
Yeah, down 3-1 Bucks win series. Oh, no way. Did he tweet it at Ernie? Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Yes. And you see how they spelled deer. I know. Okay. Yeah, I misfired on that one. I'm the first to admit it. I misfired on it badly, as a matter of fact. This was another wild game. This one was too. As Giannis and the Bucks trying to stay alive against Jimmy Butler, Mr. 56 from Game 4. Were you a home run? What a block! Finish that.
All right, Paisley, I'm almost done.
What's that? We both thought Jimmy was not going to have a big game. He sucked tonight compared to last. He just ready to fire. They're up 24-18. This is what it's about, man. He only had 40 tonight. Brook Lopez there, and then Brook Lopez here. And Kenny, since he put Brunson and Kobe, will put Jimmy Butler with 54 to 50. Hey, look at Udonis Haslem.
Paisley.
That's two guys. I want to see that. Yeah, get to the box score.
Paisley.
I want to see that. Devon Porter, he broke a guy's face. 69-63 Milwaukee at the half, and they would increase the lead. Brook Lopez taking up Brady G on that one. I think. Obviously, Giannis struggled heavily at the line. Yes, he did. And I thought one of the biggest mistakes might have been down the stretch, Brook Lopez guarding Bam Adebayo, and let him be the point guard and just let him just surface everywhere. Oh, Bam right there. Nice move. And Kevin Love came up huge.
He said killer bees. That's a good one.
The fourth quarter for Miami.
My goodness.
Down 16 going to the fourth. Drew Holiday scored 3. And the lead is 10.
That's a good one.
97. Now it's 108-99.
Some of them, some of them are before my time and whatnot.
This is too easy. The pass to make for Bam. Lopez guarding him again. Another easy pass. Yeah, I thought that was it. I would have had Giannis guarding Bam. Right here again. You're able to find Jimmy Butler.
Plus, it's also cool when people are a little bit older and they, have those memories of those people maybe in their childhood from back in the day. Wow, that's crazy. He said Red Rooster.
Everybody's on it. Game tied at 113. Oh, foul on Love. He's gone. Middleton.
See, that's good. So usually, Red Rooster, bees. I mean, that's stuff that, not a lot of people will bring up unless you can go back in the 80s and 90s or even further back into the 70s and whatnot. But that shit made my day, man. That's awesome. And I got to get you, we got to get at least one of the Rooster before I go. Oh my gosh. I haven't had anybody bring up the Red Rooster and fuck. I mean, I can't even tell you. That is awesome. That is awesome. See? And you taught me something new today. He said Red Rooster was the first opponent of Mr. Perfect, Kurt Hennig, when he went to WWF. I did not know that. I do remember Red Rooster, the Rooster, but I haven't seen any pictures of him. And this was like 89. I was like 7. That's like when everything was awesome. Dude, you're the man. Come in the streams a little bit more often if you can, man. Share some knowledge. We can talk a little Raiders or whatever. Just good to be able to have you, man. Instead of, once every few months, try to come through when you can. Regardless if you can donate or not, just come through, hang out, and, add to the party, man. I appreciate you. I love you guys. And thank you, for a good night. Sometimes you never know where you're going to be able to get. And sometimes you have the people that get you there. Sometimes you feel like this, you don't know where it's going to be, but you have the people that will help you get there. So I appreciate you guys very, very much. And we got the NFL draft tomorrow, which is pretty fucking exciting. And we're going to be grinding that out here tomorrow, which starts at 5 p.m. Pacific time. So, yeah, I bet. Well, a lot of times when people aren't here, I imagine that's probably, but I think, the best time to go through it is be able to hang out with each other. You'd be surprised on, if you have a common ground with people and, just being able to hang out for a little bit and look at things picture wise or topic wise of stuff that we like, me throwing up some Raider photos or wrestling photos or whatever it may be. You'd be surprised on, hanging out just for a little bit, how much of a difference it can make. Cause I know it makes a huge difference in my life, with people that come through, even if it's just for a little bit. So I'm so sorry that you've been hitting the lows. I've been there as well. I'm still there. But I do appreciate you. And I like to be able to get your opinions on things when we can talk Raiders and whatnot. So awesome. Yeah, I think it starts at 5 o'clock Pacific time. So I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you to Cyberpunk and Jameson and everyone else, Sarah, and everyone else that was in the room, Matt and A Guy, who hasn't been here in a little bit, and Whitey came in, and a few others. Jameson, shout out to you. I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I will be live for the NFL draft, probably around 4:45, about 15 minutes before the draft, and we'll do all of day one, which will be the first round. We'll do day two probably on Friday, picks rounds 2 and 3. And then we'll figure out what we do on Saturday if I do the draft for rounds 4 through 7, which usually lasts like a good chunk of the day. So I don't know if I'll do that, but we'll probably do day 1 and day 2. So take care. I hope things get better for you mentally. And if you ever are having a hard time, come here. I promise you, it'll make it better. Ask anyone that comes here on a regular basis or that does not. If you're in a fucking dark place, guess what? I am too. And if we can fucking be in a dark place together, maybe sometimes we can find a way to boot depression or anxiety or the bullshit that's going in our life. And then maybe we can end up like this, even if it's just for a little bit. So I appreciate you guys so, so much. Cyberpunk, you're a godsend. I appreciate you. And it looks like that, Cyberpunk isn't the only one that can come up with some crazy names like Killer Bees and the Red Rooster. Unbelievable. You guys are the best, man. I appreciate you very, very much. And I will be back here tomorrow. And then for some of y'all, if you're going to be at the NFL draft, have a blast. Jameson and Cyberpunk, send me some pictures if you can. And then I'll be back, obviously. I'm going to be grinding it out every day. So whenever you guys can make it, please do. And I love you and appreciate you guys for sticking by my side and never giving up on me. And all the support. And Cyberpunk, you're the MVP. I appreciate you very, very much. I sent you a message on Twitter like I usually do after the stream. So love you guys and I appreciate you guys. Thank you to everyone that shared, that donated, that commented, and even came through that hasn't been here in a while, like A Guy. I miss you. Come back soon, please. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.